Good evening. Everybody, please take your seats. We're going to start our meeting, starting with the land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino Kizh peoples. We will now call the December 18th, 2023 City Council meeting to order. The time is 6:02 p.m. Stephanie Harker, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, Kathleen Blavis, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Byers.
Present.
Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Here.
Mayor Shine.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Madam City Clerk, are there any changes from staff to the agenda this evening?
Yes, Mayor, staff is requesting that item 2S and Sam be pulled. The event is being rescheduled.
Okay.
It's the street closure.
It's my understanding that we're also pulling another item, the item 6G, correct?
Item 6G, revising the resolution.
Yeah.
Yes, we can pull that one as well. Is it being tabled to a specific meeting or?
To the January 22nd meeting?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I propose some changes to the agenda?
Yes, absolutely. What would you like to propose?
I'm wondering if we could move item 6B, that's the Community Development Block Grant funding, to consent.
Okay. Any oppositions? No. Okay.
Okay, I'm wondering if we could move 5B, that's the Holloway homeless program.
I'm okay with that. Any opposition?
I had a question on that, but I can maybe ask it during the city manager's report.
Okay, so you're okay with moving it to consent? Okay. And then I'm not going to be ready for my appointment to the LGBTQ plus commission tonight.
Okay. Any others?
Mayor.
Councilmember Meister?
I was going to suggest 5C, the WeHo Target Vision Zero Action Plan.
Okay.
I have some questions on that.
Okay, that's fine. I had also 6A, the 2024 Big Queer Food Festival event.
Great.
And I had 6E, the City History Initiative.
I have questions about
Okay.
that.
Okay.
I'll try one.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I was going to do 6D, the nature-based events.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to try one. Or Councilmember Byers, do you have anyone open to moving 5A to consent? Which is a cannabis program update?
I thought they wanted input from council on some of the items.
It's actually, it seems like it's a report. I don't think there's an input back? Is there?
I think
City
staff
Attorney?
was requesting input on the proposals from the business community and which to put in an ordinance to bring back at the January meeting.
I see, okay. Then that is not going to be it. Okay, so we have for consent this evening, item 5B, which is the award of agreement to PCN3 Inc. for CIP number 57-02 Home Key Phase 2 restoration of existing Holloway Motel. We have, yes. Okay, oh, what would you like to?
I got so excited about what we were putting on consent that I forgot that I wanted to pull item 2G, the Fountain Avenue Streetscape Project. I have some questions.
Oh, okay. Pulling 2G. Okay, so 5B is on consent. 6A, the request to co-sponsor the 2024 Big Queer Food Festival event on consent. 6B, the Community Development Block Grant Funds is on consent. 6D, assessing the resiliency of West Hollywood as it relates to nature-based events is on consent. And we're pulling 2G, which is the Fountain Avenue streetscape item.
Is there any interest in putting 6F on consent? That's the changing mayor pro tem to vice mayor.
I would love to put that on consent. Anybody? Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, 6F is also going to go on consent this evening. So I think
Okay.
we have a motion?
So item 5B, 6A, 6B, 6D, 6F, and for item 6I, the LGBTQ plus direct appointment for Howman will be tabled, and we're pulling item 2G to excluded consent. Okay?
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. And the motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful. It's my understanding that we do not have any adjournment motions, but I'm going to ask. We do? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem does have an adjournment this evening.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank community member Nicholas Roybal for this one. Every year, the County of Los Angeles does a service for the ceremony of the unclaimed dead. And this year, this was held on December 14th, 2023. And it was an opportunity for the community to pay respects to individuals who passed away in 2020 during the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. Local faith leaders presided over the ceremony, which included our Lord's Prayer in various languages and represented multiple religions. The event, dedicated to remembering and honoring LA County's unclaimed dead, saw a respectful burial of 1,937 descendants in a single communal grave. I would like to adjourn in their memory, please.
We do not have any presentations this evening, so we will move forward to public comment. The City Council values your comments, however, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items or items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the public hearing. If you go over your 2 minutes and do not respond to the city clerk's notification that your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to the consent calendar, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have signed up to speak under public comment?
Mayor, we currently have 9, but I'm still moving some speakers who signed up to speak on items we moved to consent. So I will start with our first speaker for item 2G, Kevin Burton. Please state your name and city of residence for the record, to be followed by Mikey Friedman.
Could I defer my comments to excluded consent on that item?
Yeah, we
Oh.
pulled 2G.
Sorry. Yes, you may. Thank you,
you.
Kevin. Mikey Friedman, to be followed by Lynn, et cetera.
I'm sorry, I lied because I don't feel well tonight and I want to leave. Mikey Friedman, wow. My head is spinning trying to read that contract. I can't in 2 minutes cover 23 pages of money-driven tiny details, but here's one. It reads that ADA equal access requires a 4-foot clearance on the sidewalks for pedestrians and wheelchairs at all times. If riders or abandoned scooters block that 4 feet, there will be a $450 fine for just the first infraction. At least 59% of riders are still riding on our narrow sidewalks. So do they pay the ADA fines? And when they dump the scooters, which they do, if they don't get picked up and they remain on our sidewalks, do Bird and Lime pay those fines? It's funny that you're looking to hire and pay thousands of dollars to an expensive data aggregation software company to try to collect these arguable penalties and fees. I'm no expert, but it sounds to me like they're the ones who are going to be making the profit here. Your staff researched the Santa Monica and Long Beach collection techniques, but why didn't they also ask Beverly Hills, San Diego, and El Segundo why they banned scooters? To demonize cars and make scooters look good, you equated accidents from thousands of cars to accidents from maybe 300 scooters. That is faulty logic. It's not an opinion, John, it's a fact. A tragedy is going to happen. Dumped scooters, riders sometimes riding double on the sidewalk and not obeying traffic laws, it will happen. But you won't think safety first until it does. Then you'll get concerned and spout previously unheard solutions, just like you did after the fire at Sierra Bonita. Look, there's an election next year, and we need people who will, as Alan Strasberg says, do better and consider our safety over money. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn, et cetera, to be followed by Stephanie Lahart. And please state your name and city of residence. Thank you.
Hello, Lynn, et cetera, West Hollywood. I'm here to offer my support for Israel. There are 3.9 billion Muslims in the world, and for all of the self-hating gays and progressives, can you name one nation that accepts gay people? Most religions have the equivalent of St. Peter and the pearly gates, and people who are supporting the Hamas and Palestinian bullies, St. Peter is going to say, you supported bullies raping kids and women, and you're going to, the progressive and the self-hating gay is going to say, start to spew something, and St. Peter's going to get angry, and he rarely gets angry, and he's going to say, it's a yes or no question.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is Stephanie Lahart, to be followed by Nicholas Roybal.
I wore higher heels this time so I can see over the podium. Hello, guys. Okay, so I'm
Name
here
and
to
city
speak.
of residence, please. Thank you.
What's that?
Your name and
Oh.
your city of residence.
Stephanie Lahart, West Hollywood. Okay, so I'm here to speak about our favorite property in the world, 1030 Sierra Bonita. First of all, thank you, Danny, for the timeline. I appreciate it. So we now have a January 5th deadline for this property to be demolished. I do understand we need to have a permit to have that done, so I'm wondering, was this permit filed for, and is it going to happen? Next up, again, this property, when it is demolished, we are very concerned about the hazardous materials, considering that this is a very old house, and we'd like to make sure, again, even though it was stated in the email, that this property is going to be properly cleared out in the right way. And finally, to bring this up to the air quality, John, you said that we were going to have an air quality test. Was that ever done? I'd love to see the results of that. I know my neighbors would as well. Some of them are here tonight. And then, of note, we now have security on the property from the developer, which is awesome. However, I don't know if these people that they have hired have ever lived outside of their own houses, but they apparently don't know how to throw away their own garbage. So if you now walk past the property, it is once again filled with garbage in the front yard. I had to physically take them a trash bag. I'm like, hey guys, maybe you could throw your garbage somewhere else. Just wanted to mention that. And finally, one thing that West Hollywood cannot control, but I did want to bring up, AT&T's service has been wiped out on our block and the block behind us on Gardner since the fire. They have not been able to reinstate this for some reason. We have many elderly people in the area that have had no phone service for about 3 weeks, and you should be aware of that. I don't know what's going on, but somebody needs to address that. They can't even make their doctor's appointments. I've been helping several of them. Oh, I'm just almost out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicholas Roybal, to be followed by Kevin Burton for item 6D.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Hi, Council. About 5B, the Holloway Motel. I want to thank staff member Helen for all of her work. Last week, I attended the Public Safety Commission, the Human Services Commission, the LGBT Commission, and I kept running into Helen. And that is a public servant, so I just wanted to express gratitude for all of Helen's work in the city. That said, I asked Melissa when would be a great time to talk about the HUD numbers on homelessness. I don't know if any of you council members have been able to look at the new numbers that came out of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I feel they are an indictment of each of us in this room. Homelessness in LA County increased this past year alone 9.5%. Again, this year alone, homelessness in LA County increased 9.5%. That means there are 71,320 people living on the streets. Another number that jumped out at me in the HUD numbers, there are 4,087 trans people unsheltered homeless. There are 3,089 non-binary unsheltered homeless people, and there are 759 questioning unsheltered homeless people, for a combined around 8,000 unsheltered homeless people. Councilmember Meister, you're a data nerd like me. What I really appreciated about the HUD report, they're really breaking down sheltered and unsheltered homelessness. And I think that can be a really good marker for how we move forward. 6B, the Community Development Block Grant. We really need to do an internal audit on Essentia. The numbers are not adding up. They're not adding up at all. 146 new clients. How many of those clients have been housed? 13.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker is Kevin Burton, to be followed by Alan Strasberg.
Good evening, Council. I'm Kevin Burton, a resident of West Hollywood, and someone who's really interested in natural disaster preparedness. So I thank Council members Meister and Byers for bringing item 6D forward to increase the city's preparedness and resilience to nature-based hazards. And I've read through the report, and there are a number of proposals that go beyond the city's current climate action and adaptation plan, and I think the majority of them are very good, and I certainly support those being added to that plan. I also support the analysis in terms of extra resources that might be needed to implement the proposals of the existing plan and the new proposals as well. The staff report says that 83% of the proposals in the CAAP, that's Climate Action Adaptation Plan, are on track. It would be helpful actually to see a table with all the proposals and what the status actually is. Those, I'm not quite sure what on track means, but at least from my perspective, a number of them are not very far along the track. So thank you again.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Alan Strasberg, to be followed by Annie Jump-Vicente.
Alan Strasberg, West Hollywood. I want to speak about 6A, which was moved to consent calendar. There's two topics I want to discuss about that. One is that for a certain generation of gay men, we're not dead yet. We're triggered by the Q word, so I would like to ask that we have some respect when we use that word so frivolously. The second one is, I love the fact that we do these things on city property, I really do. But we're waiving $23,500 in fees for an event that's charging for admission and selling food and beverages. I think that is fiscally irresponsible, and I would ask that we really put a big test on when we waive fees. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. Our next speaker is, hold on, I gotta get out of this. Give me 1 sec, Annie. There you go. Thank you.
Just before coming here, I was called a thing by a neighbor of mine. A man just said in public comment how trans and queers are unsafe in any nation and ranting about self-hating gays. The man who spoke before me spoke last year about using police force to kick me out of every city council meeting. I was kicked out of the last city council meeting when reporting hate crimes committed by Mayor Seppi Shine's Community Safety Patrol block-by-block ambassadors. The sheriff deputies stopped all traffic on Santa Monica Boulevard to stare at me from their cars for minutes at a time. Where does the hate stop? This is a pink triangle. The pink triangle represents the symbol of trans and queer people when we were forced to wear this during the Holocaust. We fought in the camps together with Jewish folks and other groups for our liberation. After the Holocaust, we were still forced to wear the pink triangle and killed for being trans and queer. Now the pink triangle means trans and queer solidarity. We wear the pink triangle to say, we won't tolerate hate any longer. We look for other pink triangles to help out one another. The pink triangle cuts through all the noise of the world so we can see each other. I wear this in solidarity with queer and trans folks. This legislative body does not protect us. The police don't protect us. We protect us.
Thank you, Annie. Our next speaker is Susan Rosenbluth, to be followed by Maya Villa.
Good evening, thank you. I am a 20-year resident of West Hollywood, of the Norma Triangle specifically. I know that you are all aware that on November 16th, the Planning Commission approved the project that's known as the Weatherly Palms, located at 910 to 916 North Weatherly Drive. Shortly thereafter, this decision was appealed to the City Council and timely filed. The appeal is scheduled to be heard by City Council in its meeting on January 22nd. I request that Council Member Chelsea Byers recuse herself from this pending appeal. The notion of recusal is grounded in preventing the mere appearance of impropriety from occurring in order to achieve the most objective and fair hearing on a matter. Although Ms. Byers was elected to the City Council, we believe that she has a particular interest in the outcome that the other council members lack. Ms. Byers' partner has, and may still, worked for the applicant and consultant to the developer, Jeffrey Seymour. Her partner's past and current relationship with Mr. Seymour is prejudicial to this project, and thus will create an unfair advantage to Mr. Seymour's client, the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, over that of the residents and stakeholders of the neighborhood, nearly 1,000 of whom have put in writing their request for an adjustment to the size and scale of this project. All council members receive extensive training regarding reasons to recuse themselves from various matters.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Byers should recuse herself.
Thank you.
For that regard.
Thank you. Maya Villa, to be followed by Sakuru Fours.
Good evening. I'm speaking today on item 3C in support of new digital billboards. My dad played rock and roll in the 80s.
Maya, we can't take public testimony at this time for a public hearing item.
Oh, okay. Do I wait until a later time?
So I'll move you to item 3C.
Okay, I'm sorry if I filled that out incorrectly.
No
Thank you so
problem.
much.
Thank you. Sakura Force, to be followed by Lorraine Lopez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sakura Force, resident of West Hollywood. So I'm actually asking this question in all earnest. Have you been called a thing? And I'm asking you, city council members, but not only city council members, but whoever's watching right now, have you been called a thing in your life? And you know, as you heard, this happened merely like 3 hours ago today to my trans sister, Anu Vicente. And it wasn't the first time, and it won't be the last. The amount of abuses my trans femme sisters especially suffer and are exposed to daily is horrendous. They're having F-word thrown at them on the streets of West Hollywood, a city that prides itself being a queer-friendly. And I'm not talking about the 4-letter F-word, I'm talking about the 6-letter F-word. I'm spelling out for you because most of you have no idea how bad things are. I'm 52 years old, and I came out as trans at age 50. The years that I spent pretending to be cis came with its own struggles, but the amount of pain and harm that I witnessed my community, the trans community, experience is unthinkable. The Trans Migrant Support California, a 100% grassroots group that I run, just assisted 2 trans people in relocating to California from their home state, where they were exposed to death threats. The program is funded by me, 80 to 90%. The thing, you know, it shouldn't be this way. The city should fund it, but I have no choice. I do this because young trans people deserve the chance that I didn't have as a young person. I asked City of West Hollywood to step up and show that you really care, because trans community needs this.
Thank you,
need
Sakura. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorraine Lopez, to be followed by Dan Harrington Tyrell.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Lopez. I live in West Hollywood, and I'm here to talk about 1030 North Sierra Bonita. I want to thank you guys for having security there. I do feel a lot safer. The issue that I'm here about is since the fire, all the ashes and debris has not been cleaned up, and I live next door, and the air quality is so bad. I have an air purifier that's at red. I'm having trouble breathing. When it happened, my eyes were burning, and I'm just worried. We have a 2-year-old that lives in the building. There's pets. I work from home. I'm there all day. And I'm just worried that when they do demolish the house, that I just want to make sure that it's cleaned up, because it's really hard to live like that. I can't open my windows. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lorraine.
Melissa,
yes.
if Danny could connect maybe with Stephanie and Lorraine about some of the progress that we've been updated about, it will address pretty much what you've talked about, but whenever you want to leave, unless you want to stay till 1 a.m., you're more than welcome to.
Dan Harrington Tyrell is our final speaker this evening for public comment.
Good evening, City Council. I wanted to thank you for all and any speed with getting 1030 Sierra Bonita on the books for demolition. Mayor Shine, congrats on your bid for Congress. I thank Councilmember Heilman for his thoughtful comments on the previous council as it regarded vacant properties in the city of West Hollywood, but yet I see a systemic bad practice about urgency and balanced responsiveness. The recent city financial report highlights 11% decrease in vacancy tax revenue, and I wanted to understand better, as we all should, how does that impact enforcement? How do we have less revenue and more vacant properties? Where is the urgency with a problem task force, property task force? What are the tools and policies at our disposal? Why are they not being used? And what is happening with enforcement? Is this a labor deficit or an unwillingness to enforce? What system is in place to assure a more urgent response? Moving forward, if West Hollywood is not willing to shake close cooperation with developers, which can breed suspicion of cronyism, will you only breed more contempt from residents? And there needs to be a balance. What steps will you take to create the balance? Why do we continue to treat developers with a fetishistic reference? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That was our final speaker in chambers this evening for public comment.
All right, thank you. So, City Manager's report, or Deputy City Manager Rocco, please provide us with your report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, members of the public. I just have a couple of quick announcements. The city would like to inform property owners of the Los Angeles County Rent Relief Program for landlords. This program will provide direct financial assistance to qualified landlords, helping to mitigate the detrimental economic impacts caused by the COVID-19 pandemic that has resulted in tenants falling behind on their rents. The program deadline is January 12, 2024, and information can be found at lacountyrentrelief.com. Additionally, the city has launched the Engage WeHo, a digital platform to create a new way for West Hollywood's community to engage in meaningful participation by learning and providing feedback for city projects, initiatives, and discussions. To learn more, please visit engage.weho.org. We encourage everyone to please reach out. And now I would like to ask Joshua Scher, our Director of Communications, to come up to the podium for some few comments about Jesse Lawson's retirement, a longtime member of our city staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and Deputy City Manager Rocco, City Attorney Langer, and staff and community members present here tonight. I'm Joshua Scher. I'm the City of West Hollywood's Communications Director. Thank you for providing a moment for me tonight to acknowledge a very special retirement, and that is for Jesse Lawson. Jesse's been of service to the West Hollywood community for more than 3 decades. Symbolic as a holiday gift, Jesse will retire from the city next week on December 25th. Having served for many years in the role of Senior Video Production Specialist at what had been known for many years as City Channel 10, Jesse is now retiring from a long and exceptional career as WehoTV's CATV supervisor. When he became the successful candidate to join City Television in 1990, Jesse is quick to remind us that he was offered the position in a competitive recruitment of several hundred applicants. He's not one to brag, though. His passion for West Hollywood is abundant. In years prior to the city, Jesse worked in local television news at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and he honed his craft serving in a combat camera unit in the U.S. Navy. While at the city of West Hollywood, Jesse wrote, produced, directed, and filmed countless hours of programming in public meetings, including 177 episodes of Get Used to It, hosted by Sheila Kuehl, representing a significant record of LGBTQ+ history from 1992 to 2012. Thanks to a collaboration with the UCLA Film and Television Archive, all 177 episodes of Get Used to It are available for free online viewing. While Jesse's talents and accomplishments speak for themselves, it is his warmth, humor, good-natured spirit, and quite frankly, his perfect comedic timing that we at the city will miss as Jesse sets his sights on new adventures in retirement. We won't be joined by Jesse here tonight at the council chambers because Jesse is across the motor court at work, working till the end, working with Alden and his colleagues at WehoTV in broadcasting tonight's meeting. But please join me in offering Jesse Lawson a round of applause and best wishes in his forthcoming retirement. Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me, I do have one more comment. I would like to ask Danny Rivas, our Director of Community Safety, to come up for a brief update on Sierra Bonita.
Great, thank you, Jackie. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Danny Rivas, Director of Community Safety for the city. So regarding Sierra Bonita, the city did issue a order and notice to the property owner to demolish the unsafe structures that have been identified on the property. There's a variety of different timelines, but in short, all of the work is expected to be completed by January 5th. Based on the order and notice that we issued. As part of that process, it does include the issuance of a demolition permit, and so making sure that AQMD, which is our Air Quality Management District, is properly notified, and making sure that our Building and Safety Division verifies that notification that is provided to us by the property owner. We did, as a result of the last City Council meeting, also connect with Air Quality Management District regarding the concerns that the residents had brought to our attention. It is AQMD's purview to send an inspector out and to perform any sort of testing that they deem appropriate. We will certainly reach back out to AQMD to see if there's any sort of information that they could provide us regarding any updates based off of what we had submitted on their behalf. And then in addition to that, as a part of the demolition permit process, any sort of debris or building materials that are demolished will certainly be disposed of following state and local regulation. If the property owner fails to comply with the city's issued notice, then the city will be pursuing what's referred to as a public nuisance abatement process on that property, and that, in short, would allow the city to move forward with the process in a legal manner in terms of accessing the property, hiring a contractor, and following the same steps that I just mentioned. So that concludes my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem is going to ask a question.
Danny, I was wondering also, because we're covering earth and wind, I might want to cover water and contact our Water Quality Management District as well, and maybe Scott Houston and his team to get out here and just make sure that anything that would go into the soil or anything that our neighbors, we just want to provide extra protection for any of them. So if there's anything that our Water Quality Management District could do, I think it's worth just putting it on their radar.
Absolutely, we'll reach out to them as well.
And Danny, can you also have somebody call AT&T? I know the neighbors have called, but perhaps a call from the city would get them to expedite restoring service in that neighborhood.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a few questions.
Thank you. Yes, you had questions, Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, about some of the items that we put on consent. On 6A, which is the big queer food event, and then also on 2V, which is the Elton John Oscar event, I just wanted to know if the dog parks are going to remain open, and if they're not going to be open, how long will they be closed? Because I'm sure that residents will want to know.
I don't have an answer at this moment, but I'll ask staff, and I see Yvonne is here, and I think Cleo as well, if you can provide an update. Please.
Thank you, council members. I'll have Meg, our event supervisor, talk a little bit about what we do to mitigate the opening and closure of dog parks for events.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So regarding 6A, we have not gotten to that point in the planning process, and so we will work with the producers on that event to keep the dog parks open, hopefully for the, for their build and as long as possible. We know it's very important to the community, and those parks are very popular. With the Elton John event, we, in past years, have always worked with the production team to keep the parks open as long as possible. Last year, the facility staff also provided an alternative gate, and so we will work with them on that as well. The large dog park should be minimally impacted. The smaller dog park is a little more challenging, but where it's only December, we can certainly work with the producers to see if it's not possible to leave it open during the build, to find an alternative area in the park or really just mitigate the impacts. We do understand that it's very important to the community.
Thank you very much. That's great. And then my other question was on 5B, which we put on consent, which was the award of the agreement to PCN3 for the Home Key Phase 2 construction. And I just wanted to understand why PCN3 did not submit the statement of values, which details the costs submitted in the line item costs.
We have Helen Collins, and she will be able to provide an update.
And to be honest, my concern goes back to West Hollywood Park when we picked the contractor for that. And of course, we have to go by the lowest bid. However, that particular contractor left out a document as well. And so I don't want another WeHo Park contractor working on one of our projects.
The difference of this between this one and West Hollywood Park is that we did require them to provide a line item listing of their costs as part of the bid submission. It wasn't a lump sum. So we did receive a line item listing. It just wasn't completely detailed. They inadvertently left out the detailed list, which usually sometimes you get after the bid is submitted, but we had requested as part of the bid process. We discussed it with the city attorney's office in regards to, with Craig Hayes from BBK, and he felt that this was not necessarily something that would disqualify them because they did provide the line item budget, whereas like you had referenced in the West Hollywood Park, it was just one lump sum, and this one actually we had the breakdowns of all the different disciplines, and we did receive that pricing as part of the bid submission.
And is what is missing, can we get that by the time they sign the contract?
We already have it.
Okay,
They
great.
provided it right away, and we didn't feel that it was material in content that it would change their bid outcome.
Super, I'm glad it's on consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam City Clerk, can we have a fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items 5B, 6A, 6B, 6D, 6F, and the removal of item 2G is $9,496,737 in expenditures, $218,500 in revenue, and $23,500 in waived fees. There is a motion on the floor, or there was, it disappeared. There it is again, to adopt tonight's consent calendar. And the motion passes 5-0.
Excellent, thank you. We're going to wait a little bit because we need to move the public hearing, and Councilmember Meister needs to be here.
But I'm sure we could ask Melissa how this was noticed.
It was noticed as required by law.
I thought so.
Yeah.
All right. Can we have a staff report on this 3A zone text amendment to update existing and establish new city-wide landscape and tree canopy standards?
And we will open the public hearing.
Yes, we will now open the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Rick Abramson, manager of the Urban Design and Architecture Studio. I'm here with Jennifer Alkire, who's the manager of our current and historic preservation planning division, and Michael Barker, who's the city's project architect and oversees a lot of the capital program work, at least on the design and management side. So we're pleased to be before you this evening on the proposed text amendment to update the existing and establish new citywide landscape and tree canopy standards. Just a little bit of quick background. There was an original direction by the City Council to develop and amend the city's zoning ordinance, specifically looking at requiring replacement of canopy trees in existing residential and commercial developments, and requiring a minimum number of new trees in new residential and commercial developments where they do not currently exist. As part of that direction, there was also discussion about specificity on the original item, and the council asked us to look at alternatives and creative ways that some of the goals and objectives might be achieved. I think particularly Councilmember Heilman urged us to look beyond what the specific numbers were in the actual directive. This ordinance would apply specifically to private property. There is already an urban forest management plan and adopted streetscape plans that oversee street trees or trees in the public right-of-way. So what's before you tonight is specifically private property in residential and commercial zoning districts. And this is very much in alignment with the city's core values, one of which really emphasizes preserving and creating open and green space in our urban setting. So the purpose and intent of this item sort of grew a little bit, because from the time that the original council directive came through, the city also adopted its climate action and adaptation plan implementation phase. And so all work going forward with all new land use related items will be looked at through that lens. So we sort of incorporated that into the analysis, as well as some of the state provisions, especially related to housing laws, that now look to local jurisdictions to put into place objective standards that can be enforced. And so we also took that into account. But I think the third objective was very important too, which was to provide flexibility, so that if there were hardships or other physical means where it couldn't be possible to add a tree or replace a tree, that there were other options and mechanisms in place. So we understand, we've heard about the effects of climate change, in particular related to this item. You know, trees in particular address key elements related to heat island and rising temperatures, air quality, proper stewardship of water resources, and soil health and wellness. And so we wanted to make sure then, looking at proposed regulations, that we're really mindful of all the goals related to green space and trees moving forward. Another key element is the need to be biodiverse in going forward, especially with tree species that are susceptible to disease and infestation. If you're not careful, you can lose a huge quantity of a region's tree canopy in a very quick time. So moving forward, I think it's imperative that along with just planting new trees, that we understand how they function in a more complete ecosystem and how they propagate species and other functions, ecological patterns that are important to maintain as well. So obviously, trees are community assets. Different communities now have been looking at their trees and valuing them, and it's staggering to see the numbers in the hundreds of millions and even billions in certain communities of the value as assets. So when they're removed, there is a loss of value. But certainly there's been a lot of research and documentation on how they play a role in both climate and resilience, sustainability and resource management, and even the diverse civic, economic, and social benefits that are associated with trees and equity in civic environments. So specifically with West Hollywood, we worked off of data that was compiled in the academic world at Chapman and Loyola Marymount. They worked in conjunction with Tree People, and we sort of honed in on West Hollywood. And on this map, you see there's the blue and the green areas. Essentially, the green areas represent the areas of the city that have acceptable level of tree canopy coverage, and the blue areas would be those that fall under the recommended suggestions. And not unsurprising, if you compare this map to our city's zoning map, it aligns rather directly with the green being our R1 and in a couple of cases our R2 zoning districts, so our less dense development, which you might expect to have more canopy trees in those areas. And then primarily in our multifamily zones, and commercial are where the blue is showing that less than ideal. So from the macro to the micro, we also worked to reach out to the academic world and professionals to understand the greater sort of influence of canopy trees. And we tend to look at what's above ground and focus on shade, which is certainly an important aspect, but just in terms of hosting wildlife, creating an ecosystem wherein leaves become mulch, which feed animals, allowing for foraging, and particularly the underground wildlife, so to speak. I think it's entirely a system that we want to be conscious of as stewards as a city. So in our residential zones, this is a sort of typical view, very robust, both public trees in the right-of-ways, but also in front and rear yards of single-family and duplex type of situations. And then in the multifamily, if you look, it's heavy on the street trees. These are really our greatest asset in these zones, but not as much on the coverage in the commercial and mixed-use areas. And so cities evolve, they change. And in looking at this ordinance, we wanted to also be conscious of housing and the need to grow and how typologically things change over time from a typical infill lot, maybe a 100-foot infill lot on the left in the 20s and 40s. This is when the car wasn't as prevalent and we had bungalow courts, and it tended to be in and around green space. 30 to 50 years later, we move into the mid-rise housing where the garages started moving to the rear. Still a little bit of presence of green space, but not as much. And now with a move towards higher density typologies on the same type of lot, it's not uncommon to find a development on the right where it's really more contributing to heat island and hardscape type of development. And so we think there's a balance there that, there's certainly a need to accommodate high density housing. It's clear that that is a priority for the city, but it's sort of a balance of trying to integrate green space and trees with this need for higher density housing. So there was some questions that had been posed about the outreach and community engagement portion of this effort. This was taking place over 3 years, some of which was during a pandemic. So we tried a number of different ways to reach out. It was important that through a variety of forms of engagement, we were able to include as many diverse voices as possible from all sides of the equation. We did citywide presentations and discussions via 2 symposia. They were very specific about trees and urban forestry in the city. We also coupled that with specific presentations too and conversations with business and development groups, climate researchers, land use attorneys, academics at UCLA, USC, Loyola, and Chapman, environmental organizations, community advocates, tree preservationists, business owners, representatives. We met with from the billboard and media signage companies, and even health and wellness professionals. So we did our best to get as many viewpoints to shape this as possible. In addition, staff has also been in regular and ongoing discussions with LA County Fire and Southern California Edison regarding maintaining trees both on public and private property wherever possible. And then as a supplement to all the meetings and other forms of engagement, one of the outreach tools we also tried was an informal advisory group that we dubbed a kind of kitchen cabinet group that was made up of differing points of view. And it was primarily to provide some feedback on what might be studied early in the process. But this group was also focusing on additional community education components related to trees and green space. And many of their suggestions are shown on page 15 and 16 of the staff report. This group was not a formal body. It wasn't a committee of any sort. It was really just a discussion group that was part of a larger outreach process. And lastly, one interesting thing, you never know what you're going to learn when you go into these kind of efforts. But one thing that came up was a recent new study published in Science Advances that found that people who have more exposure to greener landscapes live on average 2.5 years longer in urbanized areas. Their study is now showing that being near green space causes some biological and molecular changes that can be detected in the blood. Very interesting. And so they concluded that they believe that their findings have significant implications for urban planning in terms of expanding green infrastructure to promote public health and reduce health disparities. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Barker, who's going to just take you through quickly how what's before you tonight got crafted, and we're happy to answer any specifics after that. Thank you.
Before you start, I don't need to know how it's been crafted. Can you just get to the recommendations? I think we all read the staff report. Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'll jump straight ahead to our approach and then to the updated and new standards. Essentially in service of the goals that Rick mentioned above, these are some of the things that we referenced. So the content that we're discussing tonight are a series of updated and new standards. Some of them apply to definitions with the intent really to provide greater objectivity and clarity in the process, so objectivity in the service of the state laws and clarity for applicants and developers, as well as updating the existing standards for tree preservation, replacement, and removal of mature canopy trees, and an additional new standard for tree location where applicable, in an effort to also provide options for relocating trees to retain the existing stock. And then there's also additional standards related to soil health, tree health, such as tree box sizes, organic material contents, distances from walls, permeable surface requirements, and as well as the new standards for the incorporation of newer existing canopy trees in new residential, commercial, and mixed-use developments. And so we can dive into more detail on any of these topics, and we have slides prepared that show the language if you'd like to. But we can open it up then and discuss further.
So in closing, I just wanted to add that The majority of what is addressed in this ordinance is in the zoning code currently. The challenge is that much of it is unclear or even subjective, arguably. And so the intent here was really to help the property owners and development community to have certainty with very specific objective standards so that there isn't a longer process to have to interpret what does that mean or when does it apply or how might that work. And so I think that was what was guiding the majority of this effort. So with that, I will wrap up and see if there's questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions? Nope. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rick and team, for a thorough report. In regards to the kitchen cabinet, I see I see a Zoom invited 7-1. Does that mean you discussed with them on 7-1 the ordinance? Could you kind of walk me through the session 1 and how it all worked?
Sure. We did not really discuss the ordinance per se. What we did is we had a general discussion about the current zoning ordinance, how it was working, where they felt we needed to look more closely to update, clarify, add new language. So it really wasn't a recommending body. It was more of a feedback and input to make sure that we were scoping what we were going to look at more carefully.
Did you talk to any housing-related organizations? Not developers, but people that are housing orgs, such as YIMBY Housing, CA-YIMBY, Abundant Housing LA. We've been getting a lot of correspondence from pro-housing groups around this item, and I didn't know if you reached out to them for the record.
No, we did not.
Thank you. Additionally, have we surveyed private homeowners on whether or not they would be supportive of this? I mean, I get the climate change goals and I get the within the authority of the city, but does a majority of, or can you state that a majority of homeowners in West Hollywood are aware that we're going to regulate stuff, what they can and cannot do with their private properties?
Can I state that the majority are aware?
Who have you talked to? Like, I know we got a great letter from West Hollywood West saying they support it, but obviously there are more people that, don't know about West Hollywood West. I hope they do one day, but can we, I'm guessing that we can't state, unequivocally that every homeowner, or we haven't surveyed homeowners to understand the implications of this ordinance and their, feelings around it, right?
We have not surveyed. No, we did not do a survey.
And then what on, you had a slide that had the great thing in the staff report that was on page 13 of the staff report. It's the yes/no slide. Thank you. So we get a lot of complaints about the second floor. Sorry, second floor people. But things take time, right? And although we want to do all that we can to promote greener spaces and tree canopies, what is or have you quantified the actual time that this would take? So someone comes in, there's a tree problem. Do they get fast-tracked to Nick and we get it taken care of and cleared? Do they have to hire someone? What is have we looked at the fiscal cost that this would put on people?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think that's a good question. I think the time varies from a single property owner taking out a tree on their property all the way to a full development project. But I would say that especially on the larger ones, we're just codifying the process that's pretty much already in place. And I can speak from direct experience that I had worked on a project that had about 10 trees on it, and we were asked to go out and get an arborist to determine which of those trees would be considered mature. And before we could remove any, that was the process. So now I think what you see on the slide is very specific, objective points so that we're hoping that it's clear that what the city will consider a mature canopy tree, and that could be determined straightforward. But in larger development, if there's a lot of trees, it may necessitate that, and in smaller development, probably not.
How long was that time that you had to get an arborist?
I would say it took us 3-4 days to get a report, something like that.
What other West Side cities or other cities in Southern California have something like this on the books?
Yeah, so we did look at other cities such as Pasadena, Glendale, Los Angeles, and those have all adopted tree canopy standards and tree permitting standards to some extent. So all of those do require permits. Actually, I do have a chart at the very end of this, if I could pull it up very quickly. This was some of our underneath the hood, but it was a comparative analysis of other cities. If I could find it at the very end.
It's a lot of slides there.
Yeah, we have a lot of, so for instance, Los Angeles, each city does approach it differently, but all of these cities do have permit requirements and require applicants to hire an arborist for certain, quote, protected trees, whether they're the 4 species in Los Angeles or over 50 species in Pasadena. And each also has different requirements for what constitutes a mature canopy tree based on height or typically the diameter of the tree at it's about 54 inches high. And that's what we've added to the definitions here to help clarify that and be in, align with the best practices there. And then where these standards are applicable varies also. But for instance, in Los Angeles, it's essentially citywide, Glendale as well, but certain other ones like Beverly Hills, it applies in residential setbacks, but not commercial, and in other ones it does apply in commercial. So it varies, but all of these cities do have requirements in place.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions.
Okay, Councilmember Meister.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem or Mayor Vice or Vice Mayor, for your questions. For bringing up housing. So does this ordinance in any way preclude construction of housing, of new housing?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. This question did come up at the Planning Commission. There was some who were concerned that it might affect the production of new housing. I think staff felt that the language that was in the current ordinance was very effective, and we haven't had any cases where it was. But the commission did ask us to go back and be more definitive. So we came back and now added in black and white that new construction shall take precedence over any tree. If there's a tree removed, we're just saying replace it in some form or fashion, and there's alternatives to that. But that development can't get held up for a tree. And then they also asked us to add language, again, definitively declaring that state housing laws shall take precedence over anything else, which is already the case, but that language is in the proposal.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I had brought forward this initiative to begin with back in 2019 was because I found a loophole that when my trees died, one by gardener and one by mole or gopher or something, I had to replace both the trees, and yet new development, when trees went down, did not have to replace, which led me to understand that we're losing our tree canopies in the city. You mentioned about outreach, and I know that you mentioned about the citywide symposiums, which both were open to the public, and we also, I know, invited various developers, et cetera, to come because we thought it might be of interest to them. Whether or not they were there, that's another story. But you also went to commissions and boards, is that right? You
yes.
presented to,
yes.
Okay, and then you also presented to the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce and their Government Affairs Committee, is that right?
Yes, I think we went 2 times to the
We did get a letter today from Genevieve Morrill showing support She did mention something about trees being in the way of signage, et cetera. Is that typically a private tree, or is that typically the city's public trees in the city, in the public right-of-way?
I would say it would be the latter, that typically signage, billboards tend to be at the front of the property where they're most visible, and so the challenge is more with the street trees in the public right-of-way.
And this ordinance is not about the public trees in the city, in the public right-of-way. This is
Correct. This is
about
private property.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And then just lastly, in terms of outreach, you also had long-range planning, correct? Where any member of the public is permitted to attend and comment, as well as, of course, the Planning Commission and the revised, and the Planning Commission meeting where the revised ZTA came back and was on consent. So there were many opportunities for public comment if people were interested in the item.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions?
One question.
Councilmember Helm.
Just to follow up from Mayor Pro Tem Erickson's question. For an individual homeowner or condo association, this ordinance really doesn't require them to do anything. It would only be triggered if they were going to remove a tree and that tree is a canopy tree. Then they would have to get a permit, and then they would have to perhaps replace it. If they're developing the site, then that would all be done as part of the development process. But for the ordinary homeowner, this really doesn't change anything other than it makes it clearer when replacement is required and what kind of trees qualify as canopy trees. Is that correct?
I would say it does clarify that a permit is required now. There were some adjustments to single family because there was a carve out previously. And as we showed on that map, that's where the majority of our private property trees are. So I think staff felt it was important that we have a permit and know when we're losing our tree canopy in single family zones.
And how many of these do you envision that we see in a year? I mean,
I would say we don't see a great deal in single and duplex contexts. It's mostly in new development, but even in new development now, there aren't too many single family and duplexes in multifamily zones anymore. And that's where we used to see so many of the trees being lost over the last decade. And so now it's more common to be tearing down 4 to build 20. Right. And so I think it's fewer and fewer replacement that will be required and more new trees.
I'm guessing that most people who have a single family home with mature trees, they're trying to keep them because that's a selling point for their property. Yeah. But thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Myers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm curious if through this exploration you identified other potential reasons why the loss of trees is happening. I know this item specifically about setting objective standards and the lack of them being a reason, but I'm curious if there's other things that have come up. And I specifically asked because the diagram that you showed sort of illustrates a planning challenge. Both of the images, the one on the left and the middle, have a very different orientation around parking, around the driveway model. So I'm just sort of curious if you can name anything else.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. This is a good question as well. I think there are multiple reasons why. I know our facilities and field services staff and urban forestry have been tracking disease and infestation. We've lost some of our trees to that. I also mentioned that we've been in conversation with our fire department and SCE because there's been some policy, how do we say this, changes in direction in the leadership of the fire department, and recently they've been asking that we remove our trees for new development. And so we've been working very hard with Supervisor Horvath's office and some of our other partners at the staff level to kind of craft something that works for everybody. I think, interestingly, we learned that SCE has the right to trim trees for their infrastructure, whether it's on private or public property. And so we've seen some trees get very severely cut back. So there are a large or a broad reason why, but I think the part that we really do have some control over as a city is our new development.
Thank you for naming that. And I know in the Norma Triangle, I believe there's a big tree that was cut down recently by SEC. We're feeling the loss in the neighborhood and the ficus issue as well. So there's a number of reasons that we're experiencing a big loss and a need for a new policy. So I can really appreciate this. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Public comments?
Yes, we have 5 individuals in chambers and 1 in Zoom. So our first speaker for item 3A is George Nickel, to be followed by Alan Strasberg.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. George Nickel, I'm a 19-year resident of the city of West Hollywood. When we moved into the house that we live in now, we moved in partially because there's a giant magnolia tree in the front yard. And it's so beautiful, and it's filled with wildlife, and really practically, it shades our house. So it brings down our electric bill. And it's very interesting, the cutbacks that were mentioned, one year, they did cut back our tree, and they cut it back way too much, and our electric bill went up. It took a lot more electricity to cool our house in summer, and it took about 2 years for it to grow back so that that wasn't the case anymore. So the staff report talks a lot about the environmental impact of trees, how they help the environment, how they reduce carbon emissions. One thing I would like to talk about is mental health. Trees are calming. Trees make you feel better. It's interesting you mentioned the one study that you just read about life expectancy. It doesn't surprise me at all that people who have access to trees live longer. It might be because I'm bucolic. I grew up in the mountains of Pennsylvania. I'm used to trees. I love them. But I spoke before the Planning Commission about this. I can't imagine that a creative city cannot find a way to do the development that's necessary, for the housing that's necessary, and not also make a beautiful city, because trees and green spaces are the things that make a city worth living in. So I will say to you what I said to them. If you vote on the side of trees, you're always on the right side of things. So thank you.
Thank you, George. Our next speaker is Alan Strasberg, to be followed by Lynn Hoopengarner.
Alan Strasberg, 32-year resident of West Hollywood. I was a little shocked when the questioning started with John Erickson. I felt like I was at a meeting of progressives against trees. I want to thank Lynn Hoopengarner for writing an amazing piece that was published in WehoVille, and I think you all got that, in defense of trees. And I also want to echo what George said about how calming trees are to our urban environment. And to really honor Lynn's comments, I want to share with you a poem by Edna St. Vincent Millay called City Trees. The trees along this city street, save for the traffic and the trains, would make a sound as thin and sweet as trees in country lanes. And people standing in their shade, out of a shower undoubtedly, would hear such music as is made upon a country tree. O little leaves that are so dumb, against the shrieking city air, I watch you when the wind has come, I know what sound is there. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. Our next speaker is Lynn Hoopengarner, to be followed by Kathy Blavis.
Good evening, Lynn Hoopengarner, City of West Hollywood. If I wasn't here, I think you all would send out a wellness check because this is my jam. How many of you have driven down certain city streets and, say in South Central, where it's been denuded of all the trees, and felt your body almost kind of hunching up? And yet when you turn down a street like Robertson used to be, with all the tree-lined streets, your body physically relaxes. That's all part of the 2-year lifespan benefit that Rick was speaking about. And that should be available to all of our citizens, not just our wealthiest citizens that are fortunate enough to have a single-family home with lots of trees. It should be part of all of our community. You even walk down the street and you decide which side of the street to walk on based upon the trees and the shade and the protection from the rain. This is true of everyone in every community. And the fact that 41% of low-income communities are disserviced in terms of tree cover is criminal. And that we would in any way contribute to that is absolutely antithetical to our progressive roots. So I encourage you to reward us and staff for their incredibly hard work. As far as the outreach is concerned, I haven't seen this much outreach on a subject in years in this city, and I know you've all heard our comments about the lack of outreach or poor outreach. This is extraordinary outreach and thorough thought. As for the fiscal impact for community homeowners, I have 200-year-old trees on my property. I have an arborist come every year. It takes me about 2 to 3 days to get on his calendar, and it costs me about $200. It's not that expensive. It is not that difficult. It is not onerous. And yes, it adds a tremendous value to the city and to the individual homeowner. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy Blavis, to be followed by Angie Beckett.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I have to be perfectly frank. I really thought that this was going to end up on your consent calendar tonight. I can't even imagine what the discussion would be to not pass this evening. You know, Lynn just mentioned driving down certain streets. If you drive across Sunset Boulevard at Doheny and just drive into Beverly Hills, there it is. They're a tree city, and you can see the difference. You can absolutely see the difference. You know, the other thing that interests me is another thing on your agenda tonight is getting back to the scooters. And part of the reasoning for having the scooters is climate crisis and the advantage. This is our future. What's more important, riding a scooter to save the few people who are actually not driving, or our trees? I cannot imagine, I cannot conceive that this item does not get passed tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. And just for the public's edification, it's a public hearing, so we can't move it to consent. Angie Beckett, to be followed by Eric Matos.
Good evening.
Oh, Angie? Angie, can you come speak?
Oh.
There you go.
Okay. My name is Angie Beckett. I'm the Executive Director of the West Hollywood Tree Preservation Society. Honored Council, I am here to support Agenda Item 3A, the amendment to update existing and establish new citywide landscape and tree canopy standards. This is important. We have been losing close to 10 to 20% of our trees a year all over the basin, all of the cities. This is some of the very best urban forest tree canopy legislation I have seen in a very long time. I want to compliment the city staff for all the work they did in outreach, bringing this issue, the kind of importance it actually needs. I would like to also urge the City Council, many of you I don't know, a few of you I do, but I really want to urge you to adopt this measure. It is so important to all of us in the whole Los Angeles area, and especially in West Hollywood. I've been working on this stuff for over 25 years, trying to get this kind of respect about trees. And now we actually have this in front of us. Please do the right thing and pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Our next speaker is Eric Matos, to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Matos. I'm a resident of the city of West Hollywood. Excited to be here with you tonight, as always. So everyone applauds bringing trees and keeping trees to the city, advancing our climate goals. We love that. My concern is more in the policy and the implications of the policy. I just wanted to point out one intricate detail in this ordinance just for your consideration. Under section 1926020, there is a sentence that reads, designing a new structure around a mature tree because it is an inconvenience does not necessarily constitute a hardship. My question would be, what does that mean on implementation? Is this subjective language? What does that look like as far as implementation? I think that these are important details to consider because when you're implementing policy, you want to consider what and how it will be used. But other than that, when we look at the intent of this motion, of this item, absolutely, have trees be safe in this community, have them as a resource to the community. But I think it's really important that we look into the implementation of it and the policy implications. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Our next and final speaker in chambers is Annie Jump Vicente, and then we have one speaker in Zoom.
I gotta tell you, after giving the speeches I always do, it always seems like it follows with a dissociation from being here because this place is so hard to deal with on a bi-weekly basis. I just write down some general notes, honestly. It seems like we need more female trees for street harvesting. Honestly, I like walking around, and if I see some fruit that I can grab, I like to pick it and eat it right there. It helps the soul to know that I have food readily available at my fingertips whenever I go out. Asphalt absorbs heat, which increases city temperatures. We have extremely wide roads, which means a lot of asphalt. And also all that asphalt means more space for cars to drive. Do you see the vicious cycle here? So please reduce street widths in favor of trees, pedestrians, and bicycles. Let's rely on different modes of transportation instead of giving into the automotive and oil industrial complexes. I know on my block there was a new tree planted after one was removed. My landlord refuses to water it. It's very upsetting because a very massively large tree was in its place, and now the new tree that was in its that replaced it is now dying, and my landlord refuses to do anything about it, even though I did cite the law to him, so he is fully aware of it. So I don't. It doesn't. To me, sometimes it doesn't matter whether landlords, which include single-family homeowners, you lord over private land that no one else is allowed on. Whether or not it seems like they may or may not care. I've shown some of you videos which you've acknowledged of landlords just overwatering grass during rain, but yet a lot of them won't even water the trees on their yards provided by the city. Please get them to do so.
Thank you, Annie. We will now move to the one speaker in Zoom.
And our next speaker in Zoom is Lynn Russell. Lynn, please press *6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Stein and fellow council members. This is a welcomed item and shows conscientious efforts on the part of Rick Abramson and his team to properly respect our tree canopy and related ecological issues. Lynn Hoopengartner submitted a thorough and thoughtful comment, which I wholeheartedly endorse. Having lived in protected areas on the East Coast, I have always had a great keen consciousness about the trees and their proper care. Also fortunate enough to work with colleagues here in California who respect similar high standards. Would encourage extra efforts of architects to thoroughly design their projects in reverence to them, and when under absolute necessity, remove and relocate mature trees to an equally sustainable environment. There are currently several on the 1300 North Crescent Heights Boulevard approved projects which I advocated for during the hearing, and hopefully there will be follow-up. Lynn Hoopengardner mentioned that the owls that are actually the great horned owls that are living at Laurel House, which I'm privileged to know as they frequently sit on my slate roof above my 6-story building. And while walking through Spalding and Sunset Square east of Fairfax, they're frequently speaking to each other in their own presumed neighborhood meetings as to their future. Please consider the health of the tree canopy to be as sensitive as our lungs and support this item. The trees are our lungs and our calm state of mental health. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. Mayor, that's our last speaker on Zoom.
Thank you. Discussion from my colleagues. Councilmember Meister.
Mayor,
Yes.
before we go to council deliberation, we need to close the public
Yes,
testimony
thank
portion.
you.
Thank you.
Let's close the public testimony portion
Thank
of
you.
this item. And now let's move to Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. First, I have a question for staff, and that is, can you address Mr. Mato's comments?
Yes, council member. So Mr. Matos is referring to a section of the code that goes back to the flexibility we talked about earlier. There's a section that allows for hardship if for some reason you cannot plant a new tree or relocate a tree. There's the ability for the community development director to make a determination. And I think legal counsel has advised us that it's always best to have intent with the language. And so that comment refers to the fact that just saying it's inconvenient to, makes it easier does not constitute a hardship. So it was a clarification in the case where there's a request to waive the standards and allow the community development director to make that determination based on a hardship. And I would also say, that reminds me, because there was a discussion at the Planning Commission and they wanted us to also add into the staff report some augmentation of the definitions. It wasn't part of the adopted or the recommended ordinance, but if there's interest in moving this forward, they wanted the council to consider that language as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can start.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Because of course I have a lot to say. So first, I want to thank Rick and his staff for a very detailed, thorough staff report that I actually enjoyed reading for a change. When I brought this item forward in November 2019, I had no idea that there might be pushback in our progressive city, like at the Planning Commission meeting, and for West Hollywood, it's so important that we save trees in an effort to improve our environment and reduce climate change, particularly our rising temperatures. Whereas it may take years to get people out of their cars or to go from gas to electric vehicles or electric appliances, every tree saved and every tree planted provides relatively immediate relief from rising temperatures and what is called the urban heat island effect. The city is doing its part in planting trees in public spaces, but as the staff report stated, we have limited space. So private, residential, and commercial property owners must do their part to fight climate change and the urban heat island effect. Excuses that citywide landscape and tree canopy standards will somehow prevent the construction of housing are really they're really kind of absurd. There's nothing in the ZTA that precludes the construction of housing. This is not an either or. It's a proven fact that trees improve livability and quality of life in multifamily housing. People living in multifamily housing deserve trees and their positive impacts too. And as far as the sign companies' concerns that we had received a letter about the billboards, I would suggest looking at the positive impacts that the tree you save may be the same tree that prevents glare from going into a resident's home coming from your billboard. The staff report has provided the research and data to support this ZTA. It shows the critical need for a robust tree canopy requirement. There is a housing crisis, and there is also a climate crisis. This ZTA does not dismiss one for the other. On the contrary, it specifically states we can have both. Our own city mapping of trees shows inequities. If we look at page 7, tree canopy coverage is dropping, and especially in private properties, especially in the mid-city area and the east side, where there tends to be more multifamily housing and higher density projects. Private property owners need to replenish our tree canopy. According to Scientific American magazine, the scale and pace at which trees are planted or naturally regenerate must significantly increase if trees are to continue to make people healthier or slow effects of climate change. Scientists say urban heat islands can cause temperatures to be 5 to 7 degrees warmer during the day and as much as 22 degrees warmer at night. This creates a dangerous health risk. Under current climate warming trajectories, heat-related deaths from 2031 to 2050 could be 57% higher than 1971 to 2000. And finally, they say more than 70% of the people live in cities or suburbs. So it's a place-based problem with a place-based solution. State law has reduced parking requirements for housing, so underground garages don't necessarily create a physical hardship. And state law has also more recently focused legislation on the effects of extreme heat, and there is, or will be, an expectation that jurisdictions develop a plan to fight extreme heat. And so this ordinance will put us in the forefront of environmental action. The ZTA conforms with Vision 2020, our general plan goals, and our climate action plan. The ZTA itself provides certainty by being specific, and as we have found out the hard way, local development standards must be specific to be objective. So bold cities make bold moves. I say let's do it, and after deliberation, I'd be happy to make that motion. I also want to mention Councilmember Hahn, I think this was just the kind of thing you were talking about on the campaign trail on climate. So I hope that we're all in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Heilman.
Well, I'm fully supportive of this. I really appreciate all the time and effort that's gone into it, and I appreciate the thoughtful amendments that the Planning Commission and their policy directive at the Commission. I thought that was very appropriate. In terms of the zoning text amendment, I have no problem. In terms of some of the future activities, it just seems like there are things that are in this report, and I know that's not really what's before us. What's before us is the zoning text amendment, but I don't think we need to be in a position where we're holding classes on tree and biodiversity. That's just really not our function as a local government of providing educational forums. It is not something that we should be holding classes on. There are others who have that expertise and we don't have it. So I think we should look at implementing the ordinance, and that's really where this should end, rather than having this be an ongoing series of public events. It's not really, that doesn't really accomplish our goals. So I'm prepared to second this when Councilmember Meister makes the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Byers, do you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I really appreciate where this is coming from. I do just want to say a note, I think there's folks who do look at environmental policy as a potential challenge for housing. And those of us who want to see our community do both really well should embrace that tension and not try to pit one against another, but really look at how both of these things have been used to really create challenges for both. Environment and the protection of and the stewardship for it has inhibited our ability to build housing in areas that we need to, and building housing has damaged the environment because we haven't built it in places we need to. So if we can embrace both of these opportunities at once, I believe we're actually building a community that is livable and at the quality that West Hollywood celebrates itself. So I just don't like to think of one of these as a more progressive idea than the other. Housing and trees are both what create livability for a community. I want to state that. I do think that there's been some things named that present challenges towards our ability to bring trees to the extent we need to and housing to the extent we need to. One of those suggestions has been named by a community member, that specific 19.26020. If there is no harm in striking that because it creates more understanding for the community who has to embrace these challenges, the line again specifically being about an inconvenience not constituting a hardship. I say inconvenience not constituting a hardship because I think too often financing and timelines are questioned about whether or not that is a meaningful hardship, and I think we have to take seriously what timelines and costs has done to prohibit our ability to build new development. So I would just ask that we seriously look at that before we move this item forward. And then I want to say that before Councilmember Heilman suggests that we get rid of all of the future items, I did really think that the idea, and I'm sure this would be agreed on, is the tree giveaway. I know that the community loved the tree giveaway, although maybe didn't embrace it as much as they could have. The idea certainly sits in high regards, and perhaps we can do more as a city to get the word out. But I think those sort of ideas where we're incentivizing more trees, providing them for people, helping build them, that sort of thing will also help us get so far along the way. So that's where I would like to see us go in this. More trees for more people in the city. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
More trees for more people to sit under and be calm. What a great holiday meeting. I hope many people take that to heart. I think a few things here. This is, I think, a really well thought out ZTA. I want to thank Councilmember Meister for putting this forward. I went back and watched that meeting in 2019 when it was going on. So I know the care that it's come about to, I think, get to this point. I agree with what Council Member Byers said. I think if we're willing to strike out that does not necessarily, I just want to make sure that all standards are objective versus not, and any wiggle room there, I think, is just something that we can make sure is crystal clear for all of us, because I think like what my colleagues articulated is true. Having both, doing both, but making sure that we're getting there together. I'm fine with wherever the majority ends up with the extra pieces of this item. I love a good education forum. I can do without it as well, but I do agree that the tree forum, the tree giveaway was really well received, and the more we do it, I think the more it will be done. And we all are looking forward to, I think, unanimous support here.
Well, I'm very excited about this ZTA as well, and so happy to have brought forward the Pops and Parts Symposium and Biodiversity Symposium with Councilmember Meister, and really developing a tree canopy was a strong position of mine when I ran for City Council. So I'm very happy. And I do believe that this actually does provide balance for us. As far as all of the ways we have expanded our development goals, all of the ways that we have created alternatives in mobility to help our climate, and this is another extension of providing the environment around us the opportunity for truly life-breathing, life-giving trees, because without them, then we literally can't breathe. So I actually love all of the future community engagement and continued explorations. We do provide a lot of education as far as public safety. We provide education all the time as a city, so through our boards and commissions. So if there's a way perhaps, so I like all of these items, and I know Councilmember Heilman, your issue is with perhaps staff doing this. Maybe we can partner with an organization, look into partnering with someone so a lot of staff time isn't taken up creating classes where we don't need to do that and you can work on other things. Yeah, and so with that said, I do want to know, is there a alternative to the language for that Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Byers have brought up?
I think it's fine to strike it. It's not an issue.
Actually, I asked the city attorney if she would look at that language and see how we can be amended to be.
Okay.
Is this coming back to us?
No, this would be adopted tonight, but there's also language in the ordinance that allows for some administrative regulations to clarify, and since this was just an example of what is not a hardship, I think you could strike it from the ordinance, and there might be some room for some administrative guidance.
Got it.
Along the way.
Okay.
If the council's comfortable with that.
I'm fine with that.
So we're going to go with this as is, with the exception of striking that one line at 19.26.020. And,
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Let's keep those. Yeah.
And Mayor, there was also the items in the staff report about the definition. I don't know if the
Definitions,
council
yes.
want to do a look at those as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we, as Councilmember Harmon said, we all read our packets, and I think if we would have had problems with the definitions, we'd let you know. So, sounds good.
So if that could be part of the motion.
That's
though?
part of the motion.
Thank you.
So we're going to include the revised definitions and striking 19.26.020 and leaving it up to...
It's paragraph D, and it's just
Paragraph
striking
D.
the last sentence of that paragraph.
Right.
So designing a new structure around a mature tree because it is an inconvenience does not necessarily constitute a hardship will be stricken? Okay. So there's a motion and a second on the floor?
Right.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And during the Mercury retrograde, this is fantastic. So moving on to, okay. Councilman Meister is going to get some more tea. And we will open the public hearing for item 3B, zone text amendment to permit zero-emission vehicle ZEV showrooms in all commercial and public facilities, zone districts in the city of West Hollywood.
Melissa, do we have any public speakers on this item?
No, we do not.
I'm okay with waiving the staff presentation.
That's what I was just going to also recommend.
Fantastic.
Excellent. So we're just waiting for Councilmember Meister then, because she has to be here.
While we're waiting, can I ask our staff something? It's not related to the item before us, but with vehicle sales, those are actually high sales tax generators. And this item seems to suggest that people would be able to go to the showroom and order online. Have we looked at that, and do we have any way of making sure that we capture the sales tax if the vehicle sale is generated from the city of West Hollywood?
Yeah, that was an important item that we considered when this item was being evaluated. And you may be aware that cities don't get 100% of the sales tax generated from the sale of vehicles, but it would apply. The applicable sales tax that the city would be entitled to would still apply in this case.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have one individual who signed up to speak for this item.
Oh, okay. Before that?
Yes, please.
Yes, Councilmember Hart.
So the staff report said...
Can I just jump in real fast? So this item was noticed as required by law, and we are now opening the public hearing. Thank you.
So the staff report said that test drives are going to be permitted if this is approved. Is that right?
Yes.
So was there any CEQA analysis done on traffic or infrastructure or public safety?
No, we still felt it was exempt. They're usually done by appointment only, and there wouldn't be, we didn't think there would be a tremendous amount of traffic generated by a test drive.
Yeah, and in addition, I think for every development project, every project, we would consider that at the time of the application. So we would consider it at that time.
So is it possible that test drives can be allowed in one zone and not as another zone? Because right now, it looks like it's allowed in CN1 and CN2 zones, and
right,
and those are like
correct
2 lanes.
Yeah, and in some instances, some of these EV showrooms don't offer test drives. We just wanted to provide that flexibility in case a showroom wanted to provide that as a service.
And why does this need to be permitted in public facility zone?
I think that was a recommendation from the long-range planning subcommittee. Because the city has been sort of developing parcels and most of them end up being mixed-use projects, they wanted to provide that flexibility if that, became an option.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can we move to public comments, please?
Yeah, we have one individual in chambers, Annie Jump Vicente.
No one else is going to speak, I might as well. Just quickly let it be noted that earlier when I sat up for a quick second and put my hands up when John Heilman was speaking, Seppi Shine looked at the sheriff acknowledging that I might be a disturbance and want me out. Okay, so I know nothing about this, but all I understand is that why are we putting test drives for zero emission vehicles when even the production of those vehicles increases pollution in itself? Why are we catering to cars and car ownership over bicycles and even a docked scooter program? We should not be catering to the automotive industry. This is exactly what it is. We shouldn't need space when on Sunset Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard and Fountain Ave, where they all fucking race all the goddamn time and nearly hit and kill people. As we saw, there were multiple cars that drove into multiple buildings in the last year. And so, like, far too many. Why are we catering to cars? Why are we catering to these monstrosities that are for people to be individualistic and out of touch with the reality of the world around them? They neglect public space. They think that the area in front of them, just because they own a car, it's their private property. So they think that they own the public space in front of them. They do not share the road with others. When there are bike signs that say bikes may use full lanes, those cars hit bikers. Me. They hit me all the fucking time. Why the hell would I want more cars on the goddamn road? What I want to see is more programs catering to bicycles. I want a docked scooter program, not one that's dockless, that's stupid. And I want to see this place getting away from cars and more towards a green, we just had this whole thing about trees. Why are we doing cars?
Mayor, that was our only speaker for this item, so we can close public testimony.
Thank you. We're going to close public testimony. And I actually did not look at the sheriff at that time, so your perception is incorrect. All right, so
I'm prepared to move the item.
Thank you.
My screen is down, so.
So moved by Councilmember Heilman and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I would like to see public facility zones taken out of this. I just don't see where it's appropriate for public facility zones.
I don't think that it's likely to happen. I don't know that we should preclude this. I'm also thinking that we have had people approach us before about having a electric vehicle show in the park. I don't know if this would be necessary for that to occur, But if we did a development at the MTA site and it was public, I don't know why we would want to preclude this kind of retail as opposed to any other kind of retail. So, but I don't know how my colleagues feel.
I hear your argument, but I think the counter, I agree with, potential to have, but then we can deal with it then if it comes to us.
This isn't the hill I'm going to die on, so.
Great. All right, so we have a motion and a second.
And I will note for the record the yes vote of Councilmember Howman, and I will fix his screen when we take a recess.
Okay, yes. All right, the motion is passed. We're going to take it's 7:57. We're going to take a 13-minute break and come back in 8:10. Thank you.
Stop staring at me.
Everyone take your seats. We're going to resume the meeting now. We're moving to item 3C, request to permit a new internally lit billboard at 9009 Sunset Boulevard, Roxy Theater, and the conversion of a static billboard to a new digital and internally lit billboard at 9015 Sunset Boulevard, Rainbow Bar and Grill. The public hearing is actually, Madam City Clerk, the public hearing is now open. How is this hearing noticed?
As required by law, Mayor.
Thank you. Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
And then, Mayor, quickly before Brian starts, staff will give their presentation, and then Aaron Green, on behalf of the applicant, will come and do a 5-minute presentation on their item.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I need to change the view. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Brian Ligg with the city's Property Development Division. Tonight I have Jennifer Alkire as the planning manager, and Jennifer Davis is available on Zoom if the council has questions. This evening we are reviewing permits for the proposed billboards at 909 and 915 Sunset Boulevard, better known as the Roxy and Rainbow. These permits are for the following: a development agreement for 909 Sunset, separate development agreement for 915 Sunset, and zoning map amendments for both sites. In addition to these items, they include permits for an administrative permit for a sign permit and a certificate of appropriateness for both sites, because these are both designated as historic resources. We've had many public meetings on this. In the public hearings that we went to, Historic Preservation Commission and Planning Commission are on the slide. Both the Preservation Commission and the Planning Commission have reviewed these proposals and recommended approval. These two projects were awarded under the category in the SAP program for cultural resources. And with the approval of the proposed billboards tonight, the iconic and culturally significant Roxy Theater and Rainbow Bar and Grill remain as they do today for the next 30 years and generate a guaranteed revenue stream for the period, which will average approximately $1.9 million per year for the city. The Rainbow has an existing two-sided traditional static board right now. The Roxy does not have any existing billboards, but it has several wall signs that cover the exterior walls of the building. These signs will be removed with the installation of the proposed new board. This image is of the current proposals, which reflect the comments and direction provided by the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee of the Planning Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission. On the Rainbow, the concept is to increase an existing two-sided 672 square foot static board to a 1,000 square foot two-sided digital and static board, and redesign the courtyard area in front of the Rainbow with a new poster wall. The Roxy proposal is a new 800 square foot static board with the corresponding removal of the 5 existing wall signs on the building facade, which will clean up and simplify the design. The proposed billboard on the Rainbow is now simplified vertical sign that's removed the sections from below the sign to allow the iconic Rainbow sign to be seen more clearly and to prevent distraction from the busyness of the pole. This proposal also shows the context of the Rocking R sign, which has been lowered for better visibility since it's one of the character-defining features of the site. We've received questions on the requirement for a light monitoring test, and we've changed that from the initial Planning Commission. And this test is required per the city's policy for the clearance before any billboard is permitted to go live, before the final clearance. The applicant is responsible for scheduling the test, and they must consult or contract with the city's independent lighting consultant. And the city will take ownership of the test, and the city will fund the test. Site improvements to the public realm include new decorative paving and plantings which carry over in front of the Roxy and the Roxy driveway to create visual cohesiveness and an improved publicly accessible space for outdoor seating. And there'll be an additional 3 new street trees as part of this program. Under the billboard policy, these are both considered alternative projects because they exceed at least one standard from the billboard policy. And as such, they include additional extraordinary public benefits, which in this case will be a second public realm improvement, which at this time is in concept and is part of the Whiskey public realm, and is known as the Legends of Sunset, and we're still working out the details of the Legends program with the Whiskey, the Roxy, and the Rainbow, and there'll be no city funding as part of that program. This slide summarizes the public benefits. As I said earlier, it provides significant revenue over the 30-year period, which exceeds $56 million, an enhanced public realm, and the buildings must be maintained to their current use for the entirety of the agreement. As long as this agreement's in place, this site will not be redeveloped, and will maintain these 2 uses. And with that, it concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions for staff? Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. So on the condition on the lighting testing, that was changed from the Planning Commission to now. So the one thing I just wondered about, in the original, it said very specifically about during any time the digital billboard is operational and reflectivity or glare impacts are identified, both parties shall seek a timely remedy to the issue or impact. And that's not in the new language. So I just wondered why that was omitted.
Within the development agreement, there is that language for if there is a complaint, the city will test, and we have the equipment to test, and then we'll engage the third-party consultant to confirm that test and provide the owner that results and ask them to correct.
Okay, so it is definitely in the agreement, in the conditions.
Yes.
And then was the old language we used on other billboard, in other words, was that sort of the standard condition, and if this gets approved, will this new language be the new standard?
We were silent in the past. The policy required testing, but we just wanted to be specific and call it out as a condition of approval to follow the policy. And we'll continue to do that going forward with this language.
So this is something we can bring forward in the future because it is much more specific.
Yes, we thought specificity was better.
Specific is good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. All right. May we have the Aaron Green give the
Yeah, so we will now move to public testimony. The applicant team will consist of Aaron Green, Mikhail Maglieri, and Lou Adler.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. As soon as we get pulled up, we'll begin.
Thank you.
Olivia, can you start the presentation?
While we're waiting.
It's the applicant present. Yeah, there. It's the 9,000. No. Is that your presentation, Aaron? Okay, that's the right one.
And before anybody gets too concerned, this is not going the full 44 slides that it says up there.
Good, because you only get 5 minutes.
Yes, and I'm going to share 2 of those 5 minutes with Mikey Maglieri and Lou Adler. So very briefly, my name is Aaron Green, president of the Africa Consulting Group representing the applicant. I won't get too in-depth on the history of these sites because I'm going to let Mikey and Lou do that. But what I want to say is when we're looking at this project, this is about much more than 2 billboards. And I think it's really important that we think about that as we look about this. Next slide, please. So this project began in 2019 when I appeared before this council to voluntarily designate these buildings historic so they could participate in this program. And since late 2019, when we submitted our concept award and were fortunate enough to be awarded one, we've been going through that process. So 4 years, more than 4 years of hard work has led us here to today. Next slide, please. So we, as had been mentioned by Brian, had previously had some approvals by HPC and council, but Orange Barrel Media was fortunate enough to take over this application, saw some things that could be improved. So this is the previous application that was approved by Planning Commission. Next slide, please. And this is what you have before you this evening. 3 key things were changed. 1, we really decluttered the bottom of the rainbow billboard with the rainbow bar and grill sign and the Roxy Rockin' R. We moved the public benefits up to Sunset Boulevard to create the rainbow courtyard, and we changed the orientation and pole at the Roxy billboard from horizontal to vertical. Next slide, please. This is some of the materiality that'll be used on the pole of the Roxy billboard, and on all the way on the right, the rear of the Roxy billboard, which has no advertising. It's a static billboard. Next slide, please. So we're starting to get a peek into what the ground level activation looks like. You can see our landscaping in the middle. You've got our courtyard, and then on the right, you've got the pole as well as more landscaping at the base. Next slide, please. This is our rainbow courtyard. Here we're going to pay homage and we're going to pay homage to the music acts that contributed to the Roxy, to the Rainbow. This is a public courtyard open during business hours, curated by the Legends of Sunset, with 3 large trees uplit and controlled and owned and operated by private property. Next slide, please. This is what the image looks like if you're heading west. This is the digital face of the rainbow billboard. Top right corner you'll see is the rear of the Roxy billboard with no advertising. Next slide, please. This is again another image looking across the street. Next slide, please. You can see how relatively de minimis these are when taken in context with the built environment around us. Next slide, please. Brian covered this, so I'm going to go fast. Next slide. Okay, so I want to stick here for just a second. There has been a tremendous level of focus and commitment on how we deliver the cultural benefits of these billboards to this project. You're seeing just a small sample of them, but there is tremendous and robust commitment. Next slide, please. We're talking about $500,000 for the Legends of Sunset, 17.5% of the time for the city, $56 million for the city, so that we can preserve the Rainbow and the Roxy for the next 30 years. That's the trade-off that we have here. That's the good trade-off that we have here. If we could go back, actually, sorry, if we can stay here, and I'm gonna ask Mikey Magliari to come up and speak for a moment. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Michael Magliari, and my family, along with the Adler family, have owned and operated the Rainbow Bar and Grill and Roxy Theater for decades. We are proud of the history we have made and the legacy we have built in the city of West Hollywood. And these projects before you will help ensure that the Rainbow and Roxy are protected, preserved, and part of West Hollywood's future for decades to come. These proposed billboards will help us keep our businesses open while providing revenue to the city, improvements in the public right-of-way, and to help celebrate rock and roll history on the Sunset Strip. We are grateful for your time as you consider these projects. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lou Adler. My family and the Magliaris have been on the Sunset Strip with venues since 1964. Eventually, the relationship between them, us, and West Hollywood came to pass and has been amazing, both as support and for the historical moments that not only West Hollywood and the United States, but the world has seen come out of those venues. Bob Marley, Neil Young, Cheech and Chong, Rocky Horror, on and on, as
Mr.
West
Adler?
Hollywood becomes more and more noted for pushing the culture
Thank you,
and
Mr. Adler.
boundaries forward. I'm sorry.
Thank you. The timer,
Are you talking?
I am.
Oh,
The timer,
sorry.
The timer
Somebody
went
gave
off.
me a speech. when
Thank
I
you,
made
Mr. Adler. We
But
thank you. We
it was
appreciate you.
over
Your
a
time is
minute.
up.
Then I tried to write one that
Yeah.
sounded like the Gettysburg Address. But mostly, I just wanted to thank the current members and former members of the city council. Some of you fit into both those categories. And the planning commission that have,
Sorry, they gave us the hook.
what?
They gave us the hook. Our time is up. I'm sorry.
No. It's my first time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
But thank you very much
All right.
for your persistence and research in trying to help these venues, this culture, have this sustainability that is necessary. It's been some hard times, but we've
Mr.
done
Adler?
it.
The rest of the
Finally,
meeting.
seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, more apt the lights at the top of the pole. So thank you very much for all of you.
Okay. So before we go to public comment, are there any ex parte disclosures for my colleagues?
I have questions for the applicant, but I don't know, that
Oh.
can wait till the rebuttal, I guess?
Yeah, I think we...
Whatever.
We
City
should do
Attorney?
it now.
We should do it now?
Yeah.
Questions? Okay.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
For the applicant.
And while the applicant team is coming up, were there any ex parte communications for this item?
No, but I've been to the site.
Okay, thank you.
I had a meeting with the representative of the applicant.
Thank you.
I've been to the site and I had a meeting with the representative.
I've driven past the site and I didn't meet with the representative.
I ordered chicken soup when I had my tooth pulled out last night. So it was very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, council member.
Yes, thank you. Aaron, my only question is about, so is on the digital billboard, is it going to be new hardware replacing what's there now?
So the pole itself will stay in the ground. The billboard structure, everything that's the rectangular box will be new.
Okay, so would it be possible then to move the billboard structure away from the public right-of-way, even if it's just a couple more feet? I know that it's better than it was because it's a smaller structure, but it seems to me that the way the sign is now, it's sort of off-center, and it could either be center on the pole or it could be off-center back, towards the private property, which, as a city, we look at liability and whatever, and if you had a technician up there fiddling around and he dropped his wrench on somebody's head, it's more likely to happen on public property now than it would be if you moved the signage into private property. So I was just wondering if that's something you thought about or could think about.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So it's something we looked a lot at, and what we're proposing to do is keep the same level of encroachment that exists today. So right now, the billboard encroaches over the public right-of-way,
Right.
and we're not proposing to change that relationship. So we're not asking to take it further forward, nor are we we're not asking to move it south nor north. We looked at probably 30 different, perhaps more, alignments of, because it's not just the Roxy or the Rainbow billboard, it's also it's the spacing of like the Rainbow Bar and Grill sign, the Roxy sign, what else is in the built environment around us. And so it's a very tight needle to thread. And when we looked at how we could best thread it, this is where we landed. We did, as a result of some comments from Sassy, actually pull the Roxy billboard back a little bit. So we were able to do that in order to thread this needle, but we couldn't move them both back. And so this is where we landed after a lot of thoughtful consideration.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was considered. Thank you.
Indeed.
Any other questions of the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem has questions of staff.
One thing I was just curious about on page 10 of the staff report for city content allocation, we came to 96 hours of the total annual operating time on the permitted signage. And this is maybe more for my gratification, but it's like such a specific number. I'm guessing there's a formula, but why not like 100?
I don't have an answer for you. But I can tell you that we're moving forward to get a cash in lieu payment as opposed to the 96 hours of a static billboard, because it makes no sense to put up, it's 3 days or what, and you do the math. And so we're asking for 1% in lieu once we change the policy, and we'll amend the development agreements at the administrative level to get a cash in lieu payment for that.
Sure. And if Mr. Green, I heard you say something, but.
Apologies for speaking out of turn. So when the council was and the staff were crafting the Sunset Arts and Advertising policy, there was a examination of what would be a fair request of static advertisers on their billboards. And so digital is obviously much more dynamic. So the consensus of the council at the time, as well as staff, was to ask for 1% of the time or the cash equivalent. 1%, 365 days, or about 96 hours. And so that's how you landed there.
Great, thank you. I've always been curious about that one.
My time.
All right, do we have public comments on this?
We do have public testimony on this item. I will call our first speaker this evening, Richard Eastman, to be followed by Maya Vila.
Distinguished Council, Richard Eastman, Hollywood, California, since 1976, but I ended up in West Hollywood in 1965. I'm the baby rock and roller, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, HIV, marijuana, Robbie Krieger, Green Jello, my friend Lou Adler, Mikkel, his father died. I knew Mario. He let me sleep in Hugh Hefner's van behind the Playboy building. I grew up in San Francisco with Alcatraz, the Golden Gate Bridge, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, the Grateful Dead, Jimi Hendrix. The Hollywood sign, Trust, this celebrated 100 years, and Robbie Krieger and Angeline were at my party. And they want me to build a museum and visitor center, maybe for the Olympics. They got $200,000 in the bank. I got their tax records, and that's Jeff Zerman, the Trust. Please adopt this as soon as possible, because I understand the money that's going to come from the ads generated on this sign will perpetuate the history of rock and roll in West Hollywood and save the buildings from destruction like what you've done to the Viper Room. The Hollywood sign is not in danger, and I am not in danger either, because I just talked to my friend Lou, and I want to give him 10 seconds of my speaking because I'm 70 and a half. And please let the families save rock and roll history in your city, which I helped invent. I know a lot of people don't believe it. In 1965, I ran away from, give me another little piece of my heart now, baby, Janis Joplin. And I almost died from AIDS, opened all the weed shops in America. I'm the brokest millionaire in Hollywood, worked at Paramount, Western Costume, and now I have 1,000 T-cells. Thank you, West Hollywood, for adopting me over 50 years ago, especially John Howman and all the lovely women. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Maya Villa, to be followed by Jeff Robinson.
Hi, good evening. I'm joining the previous gentleman in celebrating the history of the Roxy and the Rainbow. My own dad played in the 80s lead guitar at the Roxy, and then my childhood friend Paul grew up to do the same. So not only for these sentimental reasons, like many others in our community, am I in support of item 3C, but I also believe the $50 million generated for the city could go towards new parks, new city services, and help us weather any uncertain economic times that we may go through. So thank you so much. Let's support the legends of Sunset, preserve rock and roll history for many generations of music lovers to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Our next speaker is Jeff Robinson, to be followed by Leon Napatoff.
Council members, hello. I moved to this place 20 years ago because I wanted to play in rock and roll bands, and that's what I did. But the first thing I did when I first got here was go to the Sunset Strip. And I went to the Rainbow, I got some pizza, and then I took in a gig at the Roxy. I did that because that's what I thought my heroes did. And when I did it, I had a blast. Years and years go by. When friends come and visit, that's where I take them. Well, if they're into rock and roll, we go to the Rainbow, we go to the Roxy if possible. And I see this plan as a means of preserving that very cool history. I had so much fun doing this stuff. And I want to share with you guys something that you might not know about, you might not think it's applicable, but there was a famous rock venue called CBGB's in New York City, and I visited that all the time when I went to New York. They ran into some financial problems, and it's no longer open, all right? So I don't go to that place anymore, all right? That whole history is kind of gone. I got to visit it as a younger person, but I can't share that anymore. I see this plan, though, for this city as a means of preserving something super cool, super fun for many, many years to come. So I think it's a great plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Our next speaker is Leon Napatoff, to be followed by Annie Jump-Vicente.
Leon Napatoff from Los Angeles. Thank you for your time tonight. I am in support of this item. The Sunset Strip, if you kind of look, our cultural heritage is shrinking over time. There's just not that many historic places that are this relevant left. And between those two places, that's 100 years of history if you add it together. I just think it's so important, and this is an easy way to preserve that history so that the next generation of artists have some place to perform, and we have some place to remember everything that got us where we are today. It's not about billboards. They're just kind of a necessary means to an end, but it preserves Sunset Strip's music history. So please, please consider supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Our next speaker is Annie Jump-Vicente, to be followed by Alan Strasberg.
As someone with a city planning background, I could tell you that extremely large signs that are posted well above rooftops that are extremely large scale are meant for cars that speed. That it goes the same for any type of roadway sign to determine, again, like bikes may use full lanes, or if they're large traffic signs that blink for pedestrians to go through. They're up high so that speeding cars could see them. So having a billboard that, I'm not for billboards, but you're gonna pass this anyway. So I just wanna make sure that the scale of it is actually a human scale. By having only catering to cars, you're segregating money interests from poor and rich patrons. You do not allow people that wanna pass by and see this and just observe to actually feel like it's a place for human scale. You drive by, just like Sunset's extremely wide. It doesn't seem like there's an account for light pollution, which is a public health hazard, as are the speeding cars that race down Sunset. I have 47 seconds left. I don't know, what did I just bullshit about? Yeah, billboards are just an atrocity in general. Look, I understand saving rock and roll history. I very much do. I just don't think billboards are the way to do it. We can advertise in so many different ways other than a massive sign that looks like it could fall over and destroy the entire building in one fell swoop. Again, if we're going to do something like this, can we at least cater to the people that walk around on the street rather than the cars? Because that's all that any of these billboards around town are for. This town feels extremely segregated between the rich and the poor, okay? I can't visit any place here. I'm so poor, and I can't enjoy this place.
Our final speaker this evening is Alan Strasberg, and then we will close public testimony.
Alan Strasberg, you all are going to want to clutch your pearls when I say this, but I am fully in support of this proposal. The Sunset Strip has a very rich history in this city, and I applaud what this developer has done to maintain that history, respect that, and keep alive the many acts that have appeared there and the venues that we want to keep alive. So I thank them for that, and bottom line, rock and roll is here to stay.
Thank you, Ellen. Mayor, that was our final speaker.
Thank you. I will now close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Do my colleagues have any additional comments? If not, I will entertain a motion to include closing the public hearing.
I think the applicant is entitled to rebuttal.
Would the applicant want a rebuttal?
Aaron, do you?
Okay, thank you. So,
Now I'm okay with closing the public
great.
hearing.
So we have a motion to close the public hearing.
Yes,
seconded?
Are
By-
we closing the public hearing and
We are
approving the
closing
item, or
the
just?
public hearing. I'm in full support, but if there are any comments or discussions, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing and move this item forward in support.
I did have one comment.
Okay.
And I just, since Michael Magliari was here tonight, I just wanted to say how saddened we were at the loss of your father, how important he was to our community. We did adjourn in his memory, so I just wanted to say that publicly, and we loved working with him. And I also want to thank Lou for everything he's done for our community and continues to do, and all the great talent that he has brought here to the city of West Hollywood and continues to do. So I'm fully in support of this item, but I just wanted to say that publicly.
Wonderful. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Excellent.
Mayor Pro Tem? Motion passes 5-0.
Melissa, maybe our tech people over the winter holiday can come and do a little quick checkaroo of our screens, because it just went in and out. So I know my colleague is having an issue.
Yeah, I had to crawl under the dais to fix that earlier.
My problem was my fault. I kicked the cord underneath.
But yes, I will chat with staff. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, we have nothing under legislative tonight, but we're going to move forward to unfinished business with the cannabis program update. I don't think we need a staff report for this evening, because we had some questions from, I think it was Councilmember Meister. You had questions, or was it Councilmember Howman?
I think staff needs some input from
Oh,
us on.
input from us.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And I did, the update, I really appreciate it, but it seemed like the proposal that we got, there's still some negotiation and work that needs to be done. I'm fully supportive of extending the deadlines, which is something that I hope everyone's in agreement on. But in terms of some of the specific proposals, it seemed like they weren't fully cooked yet, and that there was still some room for negotiation. So maybe that would be my direction, that we continue to solicit that input and negotiate and bring that back to us when it really is ready.
I think we may have public speakers, so I just want to make sure. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. We
Okay.
have 7 individuals in chambers and no one in Zoom.
Okay, so let's stick with staff, questions of staff first, before directions. Councilmember Meister.
Yes, I just have a question for City Attorney Langer. The cannabis tax obviously went to voters, so can we just sort of like, make changes to taxes?
We can provide rebates and other sort of flexibility. It's the maximum amount we can charge is what went to the voters, so we can never charge more without going back to the voters, but we can make legislative decisions on how to implement the tax locally.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Hi, Danny. Hi, Vito. Hi, hello. Jessica. In regards to some of these items, how regularly do we audit the cannabis list? I'm trying to find the right attachment number. Well, in the staff report, it's on page 3, 4, and 5. I'm just wondering, how often do we audit it? For example, like what businesses have legally closed down and they no longer exist, stuff like that.
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Erickson. So Danny Rivas here, Director of Community Safety for the city. So we look at the list based off of the due date. So at the yellow coded businesses that are in effect, so we will certainly be updating the table and reviewing it. We have a couple of businesses that are near their due dates. And so at that same time, we do take a look at not only that category, but also the other categories. The green coded businesses, which are the businesses that are in operation. And so when those business licenses are up for renewal, which occurs on an annual basis, then staff will go out and they will do field inspections. And in many instances too, we'll learn of maybe a business that may be closed or may have other issues. And so at that time as well, code enforcement staff will go out and update the list.
Thank you. And this question I have for the city attorney, much like my colleague said about the going to the voters, the items that are in gray, and I shared this concern at the last meeting, it doesn't look like those are ever gonna open up. It just seems on page 5, Essence, MedMen, Melrose Collective Corporation, and Sunday Goods. And I know there's some specifics about.
Yeah, so actually those color-coded that are in gray are businesses that have forfeited their license. Yes. So we have them on the list just for reporting purposes to show, okay, this business was eligible at one point. They didn't meet the criteria or fulfill the due date by that time, so they're not eligible, but we just still have it reflected in the table.
So where does their license go then? It goes to the wait list people, right?
It does, yes. And so that then transcends over to what you're seeing, and I'll refer to it as kind of red color-coded or pink. So those 3 businesses, so you'll see that transferred on over to them.
Great. And then my secondary question is regarding these 3 businesses. They might be able to open or, much faster than even some in the yellow are. Do we know, or have we opened that type of communication with them to see what, I know it says deadline March 2027 in terms of, in that category, this silly iPad works, projected opening, but it might be much sooner than that. So a lot of these in the yellow, which I, think are always going to be in the yellow, where are we assisting individuals that seem more motivated? It just seems like there's a lot of stagnation on this list.
Yeah, so the ones that are in a pink-red color, so those are folks that are eligible now, right, for a certain licenses. So you have 1 consumption all license, you have 2 delivery licenses. So we did send them notices. We have been making attempts to communicate with them. I can tell you that have not received responses from 2 to 3. They're on that wait list, color-coded right now. In terms of the folks that are in yellow, we have had communication. Some folks are in the process, are either through the plan check process right now. Some have maybe already been issued their permits, and so you do have some folks at some various stages, but you also have some businesses that are reflected in yellow that we have not received any sort of updates, and they have not done anything since receiving Business License Commission approval.
Okay, back to the city attorney now. So is there anything stopping the council from just taking back those licenses?
The ones in yellow?
Well, just in general. I'm concerned, and I think I share the concern of people wanting to open businesses, finding themselves on lower portions of the list or other challenges to say. They're behind people that we call, we go out, we do everything, but there's nothing. Is there anything precluding the city from just saying, look, like, we've done all these things, we've met our due diligence, and we're done. And the license is now going to someone else or into the pot, to say the least, for whatever. And do we need all of those, I guess, is the other question.
I mean, the legislative choice of how many licenses to have is always up and open to the council. However, I think all of these businesses are at different places and may have invested different amounts of money over the years. So I think it depends how much they've invested, how many extensions they have left. Do they have leases? I think there's a factual question for each one that you might want to, let them get through the term that is offered to them, and then at the end maybe consider if there's unused licenses, not reopening it again to fill them.
So I guess that's the information that I don't have in this item. And it's not a fault of staff or anyone, because we see building permits, city controlled, but like, do we know where the lease is in a space? Pleasure Med opened up, the great new East Side business, opened up, built that whole thing during the pandemic and is now operating and getting going, right? If they can do it during a pandemic, I just have serious concerns about this. So I think I would like to see, this is commentary, so I'm going to stop where I'm going so we can get to the public comment. But I guess the secondary piece is, can we get that information to then have that discussion?
Well, some of it is here, and please feel free to jump in if you have more information, but some of them have projected opening dates. Some of them say not known. So I don't know exactly what information we have that's not reflected here, but we do have projected opening dates for a few that are in the process of doing all the things they need to do to get open.
And if I can just add as well, so that the council is aware. So every applicant in yellow, when they go before the Business License Commission, they have to show proof that they have a lease. Okay, so all of the folks that are in yellow, that are in progress, had to have demonstrated at that point, as a part of their hearing before the Business License Commission, that they had a lease. Now, if that's changed, and in some instances, what we've heard from some of these businesses is that they've had issues with their landlord, and so now they're trying to find another location. Some businesses have brought that to our attention, and then that necessitates having to go back before the Business License Commission, because now, let's just say, for example, you're moving when you were originally approved on Sunset, and now you're moving to Santa Monica Boulevard, right? And so there has to be that vetting process, but I just wanted to make mention, because I know that was something that was brought up at the last update that we didn't get an opportunity to respond to, but all of folks that are in progress had to have been vetted and confirmed that they had leases when they went before the Business License Commission.
And one other item was the fact that some of these businesses were engaged in tenant improvements that you can get through them more expeditiously, but some were ground up development. So that had to go through an entire entitlement process, and then, the plan check process, which at the beginning of this process we didn't envision, and we didn't account for the fact that ground up development takes much longer to get through because it has to go through an entitlement process before they can get to the next stage.
I'm going to save the rest of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we get public comments?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our first speaker this evening is Aaron Green, to be followed by Gabriel Zamora.
Good evening, Mayor Shine, members of the council. Aaron Green, representing Valkyrie LLC, which is also known as Villa Noble. We are a proposed ground-up construction project on the corner of Santa Monica Boulevard and Laurel Avenue. Jackie mentioned some of the challenges that come with ground-up construction that I think folks are familiar with. In my letter that I submitted to the council, my client is requesting that the council consider in its potential amendments to the ordinance additional time to open for those businesses that are conducting legitimate, true ground-up construction, that are engaged in active participation as is defined in the ordinance. My client has spent $11 million to date. They purchased their property after getting their license. They submitted their planning applications, and it's been in process for about 2 years. We are hopeful that we're going to get our entitlements soon, but as some have mentioned and some are aware, it's a long process with the city. And currently, the ordinance only allows for 2 years and then 2 6-month extensions, which makes it pragmatically impossible for anybody to build a ground-up construction project with cannabis as its base. So in my letter, I proposed some very specific language that, at least as a point of discussion, in case folks want to look at or consider providing different conditions for those who are investing in the city in this way. As Jackie mentioned, this was never contemplated in the current ordinance. And so we really do need 4 years of additional time, just given how long the development process takes. Hold my client to whatever standards you want for diligent compliance and showing that they're doing the work, because we'll have holes in the ground and people working there and we'll be in building permits. But we're just asking for the opportunity to see this through. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Gabriel Zamora, to be followed by Jason Beck.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Gabriel Zamora, and I work at Zen Healing on 8464 Santa Monica Boulevard. On behalf of our whole team, I want to request changes to the waitlist rules to create a 30-day time limit to respond to the city that an awarded applicant is interested in applying for a business license. The city currently waits 18 months before moving to the next ranked applicant, even if the awarded applicant is no longer in business. We urge you to support the work of the Emerald Village and the Chamber on a consensus solution for extensions and other issues. Thank you for your consideration and partnership.
Thank you, Gabriel. Jason Beck, to be followed by Nicholas Roybal.
Good evening, Mayor Shine and members of the City Council. My name is Jason Beck. I'm a resident of the City of West Hollywood and owner of Oz West Hollywood and incoming president of Emerald Village West Hollywood. Since adult use cannabis became legal in California, industry economics have changed significantly with wholesale oversupplies, the impacts of COVID, and the national economy. Lack of access to capital and a lack of federal and state legislation to help the industry. We hope the city will recognize these changes and support our proposals to level the playing field for cannabis businesses and work together towards our goal to make West Hollywood a world-class cannabis destination that respects and works with our neighbors and community. Representing 7 of the 8 parties of the settlement agreement in the Pharmacy Collective versus City of West Hollywood litigation, Emerald Village has engaged its members and other cannabis licensees to build a framework agreement to update the cannabis ordinance, which will do the following things: provide additional extensions to unopened cannabis lounges subject to fees, standards, and transparency, eliminate conditions and marketing fees for legacy license holders, establish a first-in-the-nation formal cannabis assessment district, clear out the license wait list and potential assuaged concerns about oversaturation, adopt policies to make it easier to open and operate cannabis businesses in the city, and provide financial incentives for businesses that are open by July 1st of 2024. We hope you will work with staff to prepare an ordinance for consideration based upon this framework agreement and the items discussed in our letter from December 14th. And we thank you all for your time and happy holidays.
Thank you, Jason. Our next speaker is Nicholas Roybal, to be followed by Catherine Eng.
Thank you, Melissa. Hi, Council. Nick Roybal from Ogden. I forget I never say that I live here in the city. I told Melissa I would do that, so I'm sorry about that. I want to commend Mr. Green. I read the Volcker LLC letter. I hope all of you have. I think ground-up construction is actually, that's something that we haven't really talked about. I also want to commend Emerald Village and the entire team, including Mr. Beck. I want to commend Scott Schmidt specifically, the marketing they have done to make West Hollywood a tourist destination. I think this work that staff has come back with, thank you, Danny Rivas and your entire team for this work. I think the negotiation that you're trying to reach with what Scott and Emerald Village and Mr. Beck and Mr. Green, I think there is that space between to give somebody a little bit of everything. So I just want to, again, champion the Emerald Village and all their work that they are doing to make West Hollywood a tourist destination, including supporting all of our 21 hotels. So thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Catherine Ng, I moved to the second public comment period. So Jackie Subek to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Nice to see you all. My name is Jackie Subek. I'm a near 30-year resident and an owner of a consumption lounge, specifically the edibles-only kind. Today is the 5-year anniversary of when West Hollywood issued the winners of the awards. Isn't that wonderful? 5 years, that's half a decade. And yet so many of our businesses still aren't open. As it pertains to the Emerald Village proposal tonight, I pretty much agree and support everything. I have an issue with the fees, but I think staff has addressed that as well. With the taxes, I really believe we should be coming down to 2.5%. In fact, you could look at San Francisco's model and see that they actually have put a complete stall on taxes right now. It's 0% until 2025, giving businesses an opportunity to catch up. But I do want to say that none of the standalone lounges of the edible lounges are open. And it's been difficult for us from the beginning. First, we had non-viable licenses because we didn't have food and beverage from the state. Then we had to run a ballot measure to get ancillary smoking rights with a significant restriction of 50% of our customer area being designated to edibles only. This omnibus package tonight is about fixing a lot of things. And that piece was negotiated in the same settlement agreement that all the other stuff that they're talking about tonight is. So maybe it's time for you guys to help do something with the edibles lounges. And I'm just going to say this, but what they really need is unrestricted retail. They just need unrestricted retail. Right now, the edibles lounges are very restricted, and that's why a lot of them aren't open, with the exception of the Artistry in the Woods, who have a store. So if you're vehemently opposed to that, kill the 50-50 rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Our final speaker on this item, because we don't have anyone in Zoom, is Annie Jump Vicente.
So, if I get me correctly, Business License Commissioner Catherine Ng is here to speak about this, someone appointed by Councilmember John Erickson. I just want to say it's really funny when we run into each other on the street and she sees me, notices me, and tells me, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, all the time. That's Catherine Ng. It's really funny. There's a lot of witnesses around when that happens. It's so funny. So back to this. I've had a problem with a lot of weed stores in this city where I've gotten kicked out for asking about, hey, we're in West Hollywood. Where's the pride flag? Where's the pride flag? How am I supposed to know that I'm safe here? It seems like businesses that operate in this city don't understand that we're for queer and trans, or we're supposed to be. Instead, trying to have a polite conversation with the people that I'm trying to patron to, because I've built relationships for over a year, I get kicked out. I don't understand why that happens in weed stores or any other businesses throughout the city of West Hollywood. It should be kind of known, especially if you're opening up a new business or have established business here, that you should be for trans and queer people instead of kicking them out. So I would just like to note that if there are cannabis retail within this program, they should be forced to acknowledge queer and trans solidarity. I mean, most just don't. It's kind of upsetting. Most of the businesses don't.
Mayor, that was our final speaker this evening.
Thank you. Are there comments, directions? I know Councilmember Heilman, you had started with some, so if you want to finish yours.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I'm supportive of extending the deadlines for those businesses that are in the process. I do share my colleagues' concerns about businesses that are, in line but don't seem to be moving forward. But we did previously give them certain deadlines, correct?
Correct.
I don't think we can change those deadlines in the middle of this process. As much as I might like to do that, I worry that we've given people certain expectations that they have a certain amount of time, and I don't think we can just pull the rug out from them. If they want to forfeit their license, and I would encourage them to do so if they're not going to move forward, then we can talk about reallocating. Some of the proposals that were presented have some legal issues that need to be researched and addressed, and some of them are really non-starters because there are certain legal restrictions with respect to fees that we don't control. Those are controlled by the state. So I certainly want to encourage us to continue these discussions, but I don't think we're really ready on some of those proposals tonight to give firm direction, because it seems like it's still a bit in flux with what some of the businesses want. So I wish I could give clearer direction, but maybe my direction is keep talking, keep negotiating, and then come back with some more specifics. But I'm prepared to agree with the extension that's been recommended.
Okay, Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to similarly state that I think a number of the proposals that came to us from the community are really valuable and worth looking at, and I certainly imagine that you need more time as staff. I know our Director of Economic Development did a tremendous job over the last year working with businesses to make sure that they were heard and that the recommendations they had at this sort of critical juncture of restart post-pandemic were taken seriously and looked at so we could evaluate them. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing these proposals have that same sort of look at. Also for the community, this was something I learned. The Director of Economic Development is a part of a working group within this subgroup of cannabis, so we're very much looking at this through an economic lens as much as a code enforcement lens. That was helpful for me to understand through this process too. But I just, to the cannabis community who's worked together in many ways to see 7 of the 8 businesses actively open, organizing, and bringing something forward. I'm grateful for that effort, and I think we're really looking forward to seeing what we can do here to help those businesses. With regards to the time limits, I'm happy to consider the extension and just also appreciate the tension that we're up against. We want to see folks get open as soon as possible. We want to see people move through that waitlist as soon as possible, and we have set forth a set of expectations that we have to continue to manage the best as possible. So yeah, I'm supportive of effectively what Councilmember Heilman laid out as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree about the extension, especially for the ground up construction, that it seems like, we should look at adding another year or whatever. I don't know what that magic number is, but they did have a lot of challenges the last few years, and with putting so much money into a space, I'd hate to see us lose them, because of deadlines that may not be reasonable. I also would consider, and again, this may not be for tonight, but I agree that we need to clean up the wait list. And to be honest, I would be supportive of ending the wait list in 2025. I think that we've had a hard enough time getting these businesses open, and maybe one of the things that we can do to help them is not have so many businesses that they can't make money. So, and we have heard from our residents, they're not, some of them, I'm not going to say all of them, but some of them are not thrilled about the fact that there were so many licenses. So maybe this is, when we talk about the marketplace, maybe this is the marketplace, because we see that, sure, a lot of people went out for the licenses, but whether or not they could deliver is another story. And so I would rather try to support those that are are in business and close to, getting there and making sure that they're successful. We can always open up a wait list, a new wait list, a new whatever in the future. It doesn't preclude us from doing that in the future. But personally, I think we have enough. Well, with the ones that we know are in the queue, and so I would be supportive of that. In terms of a tax rebate, I mean, I know that you're going to be discussing this further. I would rather see us establish a marketing contract, so not to give a rebate, but to actually say, you want this kind of money back for the organization, like a bid, just like we give contracts to other organizations, that we have a little bit more control by having, saying, well, we want you to use this amount of money for advertising and this amount of money for education and this amount of money for public safety, whatever it is. But to think about that, a way of giving back which actually benefits the city and not just the businesses. So that's the direction I'm headed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to all the businesses that came out today and the members of the public that commented. I just want to say, because I really think the work of the Emerald Village has been quite exemplary over many years. I specifically saw it in full force and action over Halloween. I'm looking forward to it being during Pride, and you did have great LGBTQ representation at Halloween. I was there, many of us were there, and it was quite amazing to see how it all worked out together. And I think what's been created within that group is what we're seeing right now in full force and effectiveness, and how this supports. So I just want to commend the new incoming board of director, Mr. Beck. I know you're no novice to this conversation, but also. I, too, am in favor of ending the wait list. I think that it is something that I agree with what Councilmember Meister was saying. I think that what we look at in terms of how we get businesses open is critical. So I think what that looks like would be important. I'm fine with the extension. I just did a quick survey of the staff report, and I agree with what Councilmember Heilman said, is that our prerogative right now isn't to pull the proverbial rug outside of 2 people, but there are 2 people that are in yellow that have gotten 2 extensions. Their answers are not known. They have definitive dates. Door number 6 LLC, PDLPJU LLC, Green Wolf. I know they have opening dates, but I would love to see. They have 1/12/2024 for Green Wolf, so that's in less than a month, and so if that's coming, great. But how we continue to monitor that, I think, is closely. It's important for us to do that. And in the letter from the Emerald Village, delays in council action, how we can, I think, clear away some of that tape for everyone. So that's kind of where I'm at. I do agree with what Councilmember Byers said about the work with the various ordinances that could come back on how we could improve this aspect. I think it would be great if Laura and Danny and our amazing staff came forth with those sets of recommendations, but that's a later on conversation as well.
Thank you, and I too want to thank the members of the public for speaking, and I agree that Emerald Village has done an incredible work for our cannabis businesses in the city. I agree with all my colleagues. I would say with the ground up timeline, I know that there was an ask for 4 years. I'm comfortable with perhaps 3 years with a potential extension that's monitored by us, because I just really want to see these businesses moving forward and opening up rather than continuing to see them not created. But of course, ground up is a completely different investment, so I support that. And I also think that these businesses that just aren't moving forward, I want us to get some information back, and it sounds like that's what we need, some information back to us to then take action and determine what we want to do from there. And perhaps in that report back, let council with city attorney's advice about what steps we can take. Perhaps it is saying that's it, and we support our businesses versus, or whatever else that discussion entails in the future. All right, do we need a motion, or is this just direction? Did you take enough notes?
I did take enough notes, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so it's just direction to staff with consensus.
Okay, great. So it looks like we have consensus. And thank you very much. Thank you to staff for your action there. We will move to 5C, which is WeHo Target Vision Zero Action Plan. We do not need a staff report for this, but we do have questions. This was the one from Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
And I had my questions answered, so unless, during while we were chatting, so unless there's other comments from my colleagues.
No, is there public comments on this?
We do. We have 2 individuals who are signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, so let's bring the public comments.
And I have 2 questions,
Oh,
too. But we can have the public
okay,
comment first.
Perfect.
Okay, so we will take public comment first. Our first speaker in chambers is Kevin Burton.
Good evening, Council. I'm Kevin Burton, a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm speaking on behalf tonight of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition, and we want to thank staff for all their efforts in compiling, with the consultants, a lot of solid data that have gone into this plan, and the main point of which is to try and reduce the number of fatalities and serious injuries on our roads. And when I say reduce the numbers, I'm referring to pedestrians and bicyclists and scooterists and drivers. These proposed changes will help all of the users of the roads. I would like to urge Council to also approve the second part of this proposal, and that is to extend the contract for consultants to allow staff working with consultants to move forward toward implementation. This has been a weak point in previous plans, one of which was the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, which we're now 6 years out from that, 1 year beyond its nominal sunset date. Very few of the bicycle proposals have been implemented. Quite a few of the pedestrian proposals were. City's done a good job there. And so it's very important to start tonight toward implementing those proposals in the Vision Zero plan. Finally, we strongly support the cities joining other cities around the country and the world in recognizing the World Day of Remembrance for victims of traffic violence. This will be an annual reminder to council and staff and the community why this Vision Zero plan exists, and that you all, I'm sure, will approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Annie Jump-Vicente.
I laughed so hard when I read this. Look, there are so many victims of traffic violence. Honestly, I'm one all of the time. Actually, why I started coming here in August was because of traffic violence. I nearly get hit. I cannot tell you the amount of cars that hit me. Like, I am on the hood of cars because they demand the space in front of them. I cannot tell you how many accidents I've been a part of, and that is literally why I started coming here and why you all know me today. We walk around, pedestrians walk around, so afraid, so afraid. I mean, just around up the street, like I've been saying earlier, there have been multiple cars that multiple drivers, I should say, that drive through buildings, onto sidewalks, and everywhere they shouldn't be because the roads are designed for cars and not pedestrian or bike safety. They just are not. I see something in here also for, I think maybe that's a little later, but Yeah, we need, look, I'm all down for the remembrance for victims of traffic violence. I'm probably going to be a part of one day if these streets are going to get fucking redesigned. I'm tired of getting hit by cars. I'm tired of being called a faggot by these cars that hit me. I'm tired of being a victim in not just traffic violence, but also hate crimes at the same time. Yeah, we definitely need people to analyze and draw this shit up. But honestly, the council doesn't enact anything fast enough. Like, you all can obviously perform this stuff on a whim and change the way that the cities are designed like that, but you just don't. Again, like I said, you cater towards the automotive and oil industries, but not to the people who actually patron your streets and live around here. I'm tired of getting hit by fucking cars.
Mayor, that was our final speaker for this item.
Okay. Councilmember Hanlon, you had some questions.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this report. It was really very good, and I appreciate all the work that went into it. There are a number of specific intersections that are identified as problem intersections, and the particular solutions, I'm assuming they will come back to us after the engineering studies that are done to make recommendations on how to fix that particular location. Is that correct?
So there's two sets of intersections identified in the plan, the kind of primary high injury network locations that are numbered 1 through, I think, 13 in the plan. Farther in the plan, there are some kind of, you could view them as preliminary recommendations for those locations. There are a range of potential mitigation measures identified, but the expectation would be that on a given intersection, when it comes to actual implementation, we wouldn't necessarily do all of them, or we may do alternatives, because some of them may require additional engineering work and cost estimation and grant applications to see what's feasible there. So any kind of more involved specific treatment would come back to you, but some kind of initial ideas of what we might do at those intersections is included in the plan for the primary locations. There's a separate list of additional intersections that came up in the public outreach, but not in the data as much. Those we don't yet have preliminary concepts for.
Maybe you didn't understand my question, or maybe I'm not asking it right, but there are certain things that will have to happen for some of these intersection improvements. There will have to be engineers hired to do that work, and all of that's going to come back to the council, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, because we're not authorizing you to just go and find somebody to do this. You're going to solicit bids just like the normal process, and it will be brought to presumably Transportation Commission with a recommendation, and then they'll come to us to approve the changes that need to be made to make these intersections safer. Okay, the second thing is speed seems to be a factor in a number of these, and I know that there's been discussion about the sheriff's enforcement of traffic laws and sort of deprioritizing certain things. I don't know if speed is part of that, but I certainly hope that we are using the sheriffs to enforce the speed law. And if we're not doing that because of some council direction in the past, I certainly hope that we will do that, because that's part of what needs to be done here. Is we need to we can set the speed limit at 20 if we want, but if we're not enforcing it, the problem is going to continue. So that's something I just want to throw out. And then finally,
Annie, please, I'm giving you a warning. Please do not disrupt while council is deliberating.
Finally, the one thing I didn't see here, and I actually am working on an item, but maybe I can just give the direction here. There are a number of locations where we have medians and crosswalks, and we have planted fairly high plants on either side of the crosswalk, which impairs the view of drivers who are driving. They don't see people. There's a location at Holloway and Sunset where we have a beautiful garden on the side, but there are very high plans, and it's a very dangerous intersection because people come down Sunset and there's no reason for them to stop if they're just turning. We actually put a sign up on the light pole telling pedestrians to be cautious. It should be the other way around. We should be telling the drivers that they need to be cautious for people who are in a crosswalk crossing at that intersection. So I would like us to maybe add direction to this, to have a look at places where there are medians, places where the city has plants growing, to come up with some policy to limit the height of those plants because they do impair the view of drivers who are driving on those streets.
Councilmember Byers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this report. I'm very excited about the work ahead. There is a lot of it, and it's very important. I did also notice the number of times the plan indicates high speeds as an issue. If tonight we could just say, let's prepare and do everything we can for that speed limit reduction citywide, when July state law allows us to do that, we should be doing that. But I also just think it's a good time to mention the mistake I made at the last council meeting around the speed cameras. I asked staff to look into that, and unfortunately, state law is preventing our ability to join that. So we have a great opportunity for future advocacy because I think we should continue to look for non-law enforcement solutions to monitor speed, and I appreciate the many number of times within this report that those sort of alternatives were looked at. So I just wanted to lift that up. One thing that this report does is a good job at forecasting how we can build a different future for ourselves, but we're really caught into a dynamic. I think just this week, another set of crossing lights that we rely on that blink and are supposed to indicate to traffic have shut down. So we have a number of sort of current immediate issues, and I know this Vision Zero plan, again, it's forecasting it's long term, but I'm concerned about how we mitigate these active issues now, and it may be in a future item, but things like, you know, crossing guards to support pedestrian movement across these streets. We know visibility is a key factor, and if people power can help make that possible, I think we've already heard stories about how effective that can be. So I think we should be looking at things like that, as well as continuing our citywide advocacy on adding ourselves to the speed camera pilot. That's all I have to say for the moment. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, Councilmember Halman. Councilmember Meister. Sorry, you're not Halman. He's over there.
So I just had a couple of questions or comments. One is, so will you be coming back to us then at some point with recommendations like possibly lowering the speed on, you know, Robertson and things like that? Or is that part of this?
Yes, so there's a kind of different level of report back for different types of recommendations of the plan. The speed limit reduction in particular would require, you know, we'd have to do a whole additional speed survey that would come back to the council for approval. I believe it's even an update to the mobility element of the general plan to kind of formalize that. So that's kind of on the higher end of, there'd be several steps we'd have to take to come back to actually implement that recommendation. Some of the other recommendations, you know, things like targeted education campaigns, you know, we can probably just do with, you know, staff capacity without coming back to you for nitty-gritty details. But anything that's engineering, you know, designing a, you know, curb extension or something, that's a specific designed project that would come back to you. You know, we'd request the budget for it. We would have to, grants would have to be, acceptance of grants would be approved. The design would have to be approved. There'd be an outreach process. So depending on how involved a given recommendation is, it may come back to you, you know, multiple times as part of the budget and other things, or not at all.
Oh,
but the speed limits definitely would come back to you.
And maybe there are other things that can be done as pilots. So for example, I've been getting a lot of complaints about Robertson between Melrose and Beverly that people are speeding. They just don't stop. You go into the, I walk all the time. You go into the pedestrian area where it says pedestrian crossing, and no one stops for you. So a possibility is maybe a stop sign or pedestrian activated, you know, cross stop light, like we have put up on Doheny, you know, by wherever on Doheny, Elevado. So I'm hoping that this will look at even those smaller streets, like where we have gotten complaints. And then the other thing I would just mention is, you know that we have those the poles for to press the buttons to activate the lights on Santa Monica Boulevard. If the traffic is going one way and you have the pole to the left of the person and the traffic is going towards the pole, they may not see the person standing next to the pole who's pressing the button. So that is actually a real thing that happened, that, someone got hit because they stepped out after it, but the rider didn't see them because they were next to that pole because of the pole placement. But if you go across the street, the pole's on the other side, and so because it's exactly opposite of the poles or placement, and maybe that's a utility thing. But you could see the person because the person is actually on the side where the traffic would see, the car would see them before they see the pole. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know I'm not being very clear, but my head is like exploding. So if the traffic is going one way and they see the person first and then the pole, they see the person. Right. But if the pole is the first thing they see and the person is standing next to the pole, they don't see him. So I'm not suggesting at this time that we change all the poles, but that we think about this moving forward as we put in more pedestrian-activated lights and stops.
That's definitely something we could look into for the streets where we're already, redoing, for example, the design district, or when we're retrofitting these pedestrian-activated crosswalk signals into new locations. And it also seems like something we could look at in relation to Councilmember Heilman's item on
right.
the median plan.
That's what made me think of it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Thanks for this hard work. In reviewing other cities' Vision Zero plans, I'm skeptical, because I know they have not been successful, and so I hope that we can learn from those cities past. Just a couple of ideas. We do still have a mobility task force that's a non-Brown acted body. It would be great to use that more on how they could, those are professionals, people just like in Rick's kitchen cabinet that are your kitchen cabinet to utilize, and so I think it's something that should go back to it, and they can help troubleshoot issues with Vision Zero before it goes back to like the Transportation Commission. We're not using that body enough, and I feel like we should. In addition to, what is the timeline for the Right on Red item?
I'm not certain. That's under Public Works.
Great. Well, I don't need the answer now, but I think that should definitely be a part of this. I've seen a lot of Vision Zero plans include those types of safety mitigations, so if that could be integrated into this plan, I think it's something that would be helpful. And how I know in the item with Councilmember Byers that the city approved, it was identifying those spots. So I'm wondering where in the map, if those high accident spots, which are pointed out, I would think that that's probably their prime candidates for some of those potential pilot actions around Right on Red. My colleague, Councilmember Byers, mentioned speed camera programs. I know the state itself has a pilot program, and this is something maybe you could get back to us. Is there something stopping, and Councilmember Byers, stop me if I'm going down the road that you went down last meeting, but there's nothing stopping the city from having our own speed camera program that we handle and manage as a pilot, correct?
We're precluded under state law currently.
We are?
There's a pilot program that allows 6 specific cities to do it, including, I believe, Los Angeles and Long Beach. We're not included in that list. Currently, one of the recommendations of the plan is for us to advocate for inclusion in that program as it expands to other cities. And I know that there's others in the county, such as Malibu, that are pushing pretty hard for an expansion in that program.
Yeah, I was just rereading it beforehand, and so I was going to bring it up before tonight. I don't know, it just seemed really gray in the way, like, if cities paid for it, you could do it, but maybe I'm wrong, but anyways, it would be great to contact Assembly Members of Burr or Senator Allen to see if we could get an amendment to that law, which seems to be, in the future coming cycles. When you're right, you're right. When you're wrong, you're wrong. The former governor of the state of Wisconsin, Scott Walker, was wrong on many things. He was right on some things. In Oshkosh, Wisconsin, where I'm from, they had a really bad speeding program. I know you would think, why would you speed when it's snowing and negative, 20 degrees and black ice and everything? But he did install roundabouts in a lot of really dangerous intersections. And I know when I did a community safety walk with the residents of West Hollywood West, West Bonner Drive came up. A lot of people from Beverly are darting down Bonner and speeding. I know that's been an issue. And I don't know, and to go off of what Councilmember Meister was saying along Robertson, because that it's right at Rosewood, I believe is that crosswalk. Well, several of them. But, I'm wondering if there was a way in which, I know not everyone likes roundabouts. I myself am one of them at times, depending on where I'm going. But I do think that they do force people to slow in a way. And I didn't know if a part of this plan or a supplemental piece of what you could bring back to us would be what prime locations in the city could roundabouts occur. I would assume that if you put one smack dab in the middle of Fountain, it would be a whole different street, right? I'm not saying that's where we're gonna go. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I do think on Robertson, what Councilmember Meister was saying. So I would like to explore roundabouts because I do think they have been successful in mitigating people really darting up. So that's just one of my aspects and how we prevent people from getting hit by cars. Because the pedestrian crosswalk thing is quite, it's bad. And if you're hitting the sunset at the right time, you can't see the lights. So it's, especially at Green Acre on the east side. So, and then if possible, people email us, rightfully so, when the stoplights are not working, right? If we could install signage on the stoplight, on the crosswalk lights to say, please email, I just call Helen and Steve and it's fixed. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Steve. But we don't want to inundate them, but if there could be an easier way for the public to know who you actually can do, because you live in the city, because when you call to get a mattress picked up, it's picked up within 15 minutes. Again, thank you, Helen. On my way here, the mattress was gone by the time it came back. But I think it's a way in which that is one thing that we love about West Hollywood, is that you can get someone almost immediately to help with your issue. So I think it would be great to have that signage out there on these as well.
So just want to jump in there. You had a lot of items. I think some of those we can definitely look at as part of the follow-on feasibility work. I would say coming up with a recommendation list of locations for crosswalks for roundabouts, that would definitely be something we'd want to bring back to you, I think, for more direction.
Absolutely, and do it in your time. I know you're very busy, but if my colleagues object, of course, but that's it. So.
Okay, well, I agree with everything that's been said. I think a lot was said, so I'm not going to add too much more, but I really appreciate, I'm glad that LA County Supervisor Chair Horvath and I brought this forward, and I'm really proud of the work that's been done. I'm looking forward to continued work and implementing the plan and everything that's been given to you as direction this evening to make our streets safer, especially for pedestrians, because I do agree that we need to really create more safety for pedestrians. Is there? Oh, Councilmember Byers.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I just want to name the last component of this, recognizing World Day of Remembrance for Victims of Traffic Violence annually. This is incredibly important. In July of 2022, Megan O'Sullivan, 39 years old, was crossing from the Roxy, or to the Roxy, and was fatally killed. So just wanted to uplift her name tonight as part of what we're committing to recognizing moving forward. And I wanted to also recognize that that day is set as the third Sunday of every November, which sometimes happens to fall very closely to Trans Day of Remembrance. I know that Sunday night was the same night that it was recognized here in these chambers. So I just want to say that as an opportunity for us to be thoughtful about how we recognize both of those days here in the city, as they're both extremely important and happening for very different reasons. So just wanted to name that. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I make just a suggestion? As you deliberate and maybe make a motion, it seems like you're in favor of adopting the Vision Zero plan. Can we perhaps come back with a small little addendum on consent that lists all of these new additional items for us to incorporate as part of the plan? That way we have it as a separate item. You can make sure that we caught everything that you wished for, and then that will just be sort of an addendum or an attachment to the actual plan that's in front of you.
That's great.
Would that work?
That sounds like a really great
Fantastic.
way to
And
look at it.
we did hear there were a lot of comments and feedbacks and recommendation. A lot of that recommendation and feedback does go back to all the other departments and divisions that actually implement the plan. The Long Range Planning Division does come up with the visioning and the strategy and the visioning, but it's typically some of the other departments and divisions that actually do the work and make the implementation. So I think they heard you today, and hopefully they'll move forward with some of that implementation and come back with some budget requests and additional work to be done.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Swiftly moving on to item 5D, the dockless micromobility item. We do not need a staff report on this, so let's go ahead and get straight to questions only, because I'm sure we have public comments. So just questions from my colleagues. Councilmember Meister, do you want to start?
Can you explain again about ABM, what you're proposing? Because we originally said they were going to be gone, right? We were getting rid of them?
Yes, so we are proposing to extend their contract for 6 months and use them on a supplemental basis while staff adjust to the transition of the new operating agreement. They will not be the primary responders to any of the service requests, but they will offer their services both administratively and for fleet services in the field if the city is needing that.
But this is an extension of the pilot, right? What you're asking is for an extension of the pilot.
Correct.
While you're working on the agreement. So wouldn't it maybe be interesting to see how well these companies do at picking up their devices without ABM so that we could gauge what they're doing?
Yes, that's the intention. The ABM would not interfere with the field services, but we do still need staff administrative assistance to help run the back end of the service request process through our 311 system. And for the field team on a supplemental basis, ABM, in the case that the operators fail to adhere to the operating agreement in an immediate basis, then ABM would still have their services to be able to respond, and we wouldn't be at a loss from the city standpoint.
But we're going to be keeping track of that?
Yes, yes.
So
that will be a major part of this next phase of the pilot program.
Okay, and then in the report, it says that there is no way to raise the insurance rate, raise the insurance above what the state requires because there's no market, right? But what about, like, you look at Hertz Rent-A-Car? I mean, isn't that a similar, you know?
The city clerk's office, Nicole, is here to answer any questions regarding that item.
Hi. I'm Nicole McClinton, Senior Administrative Analyst for the Administrative Services Department, City Clerk's Office. As far as the insurance is concerned, the state of California is the only market that requires the operators to provide insurance for the riders. And so there is no market nationally. We did research on this, and we reached out to our to CJPIA, which is California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, to verify what was available, and there is no current market other than what the state of California requires, which is $10,000.
So couldn't, though, the company be self-insured and actually handle this themselves? I mean, I agree. I mean, that's exactly I understand that that's the case, but we have to sometimes think out of the box. And with these companies, if we wanted them to provide X amount of insurance more than what the state requires, there are ways that they can do it by self-insuring. They could charge their riders and put it into a fund, and they could be supplying their own insurance by basically like what we do when, with self-insurance.
At this time, they had no interest in that. So
Right.
it would.
So that's my point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't think there's any other questions, so can we get to public comment? Thank you.
Yes, our first speaker is Nicholas Roybal, to be followed by George Nickel.
Nick Roybal, Ogden. And actually, real quick, Councilmember Meister, you're doing really great tonight. So, I mean, yeah, just don't worry about being sick. You're good. Can we get new scooters? No, I know. I was pausing for effect. That's all. Okay, we all got to laugh. That's good. That's good. A little levity. All right, good. No, I sincerely asked this question. I'm not relitigating. I'm not. That's not what I'm here to do. I sincerely am asking: is it possible to ask companies for new scooters? And here's my sincere ask: they're beat up. Have you seen them around the city? And I don't know if you rent a car. You don't want a beat-up rental car, right, Councilmember Heilman? You want to trust that the car you're going to rent, you feel safe. So if we're talking about safety, those who decide to use our scooters in our city, how can we make sure they are ultimately safe in every way? Do we have leverage to ask these companies for new scooters if we're going to enter a new contract, if they're not going to give us a $100,000 liability, which we knew when we originally took that vote, because I remember you laughing when Mayor signed. You were trying to give a little, I know, compromise. And then we laughed because, like, there's no way they're going to do this. And then there's no way. So can we ask them for new scooters? I think it would help with safety. It would help. They only last 2.5 years, by the way. Do you know that? The longevity of these monstrosities, sorry, that's my opinion, they last like 2.5 years. So can we get new ones for all of our people, working people who use them? I think that would build some bridge, for me at least, in community and whatnot. All right, I'm taking up time. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker is George Nickel, to be followed by Kevin Burton.
Good evening again. George Nickel, 19-year resident of the city of West Hollywood. The staff report is still talking about how riding e-scooters reduces climate emissions. It is not true, because the survey that you commissioned says that 66% of the people ride a scooter rather than walking. Walking does not contribute to climate emissions. Riding an e-scooter, yes, it's electric, but where does the electricity come to charge it? It comes from fossil fuels and possibly even nuclear power. So it's very interesting that the staff report omits the part about the 66% at this point. It's still talking about the survey. It doesn't list the numbers anymore. So this obviously is not about climate change. I'm not sure what it's about. It sounds like we're getting a bad deal. I'm in sales. I do deals every day. If they're not even willing to step up and provide the insurance that we need to make certain that our residents are safe if the worst thing happens, I just don't understand it. Not to even, again, going back to the real problem, they're all over the place. They block the sidewalks. It makes it more difficult for residents to get around, especially those who are disabled and elderly. So and another thing to mention, what about the fossil fuel cars that have to go around and pick up these scooters and deliver the scooters? Was that even considered in the staff report where it talks about all the millions of tons, or I'm exaggerating, of fossil fuels that aren't emitted into the atmosphere? I don't think it does. So again, they are bad for the environment. They block the way. Get rid of them. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Our next speaker is Kevin Burton, to be followed by Alan Strasberg.
Kevin Burton, West Hollywood, speaking again on behalf of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. We are long-term supporters of this program, of the rentals of both electric bikes and electric scooters. We believe there are a number of advantages of providing these options, and they have been wildly popular in this city, and we support its continuation, and it's being made permanent as council directed in October, along with suitable requirements of the operators and effective enforcement mechanisms. We do encourage the city to continue engaging with the operators as technology improves, which is doing very rapidly with regard to AI and imaging, that will allow the scooters to avoid going on the sidewalks, which is illegal statewide, or colliding with people, even if they don't see each other. In principle, the scooters could be smart enough to see that and slow down dramatically. And so the question before you tonight is simply one of carrying out your directive from October, and we trust that you will choose to instruct staff to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Alan Strasberg, to be followed by Dan Harrington Tyrell.
Alan Strasberg, longtime resident of North Harper, frequent pedestrian, frequent bike rider, never rode a scooter in my life. We've been talking about scooters for a long time. Throughout that time, the behemoth tech companies that place them in our city and operate their profit-making enterprises have promised reforms that would, among other things, get both the moving and parked scooters off the sidewalks. You get a lot of emails showing that this has been a complete failure. Now we are about to enter into contracts with two of these companies that acknowledge that they will perform, quote, perform any obligation consistent with accessibility requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and, quote, ensure that their fleets are operated, parked, and serviced in a manner consistent with ADA accessibility requirements. Where the hell have they been for the past 2 years as residents have been screaming for compliance? It is unconscionable that any city would reward any company that has failed so miserably by rewarding them with contracts based in part on future promises. Past is prologue, and the history of this city's experiences with Bird and Lime are riddled with bad faith and corporate arrogance. West Hollywood, as David, will always be bullied by the Goliaths of Bird and Lime. This is all critical, but the most critical discussion is the sad reality that we cannot legislate good behavior by a cohort that seems to want all of the convenience with none of the responsibility. Let's dock the damned things. While I realize that this contract is a fait accompli, the relationships with Bird and Lime are not in the best interest of the residents of West Hollywood. We need to get the scooters off the sidewalks. Do better.
Thank you, Alan. Our next speaker is Dan Harrington Tyrell, to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente.
Good evening, City Council. I've been a resident for 28 years, City of West Hollywood. I just don't understand why we want to create another level of liability that's going to transpire here for the city. We've seen cases across Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, in California, where cities are being sued by people who are being inflicted by ADA noncompliance, specifically on sidewalks. And it doesn't seem to make sense that we would go out into a program which is not going to make the sidewalks compliant for people that are disabled. And I'm not understanding how we're not recognizing the fact that you're preventing people from accessibility by impeding their ability to use the sidewalks as they are intended for, by also not providing the fact that you're removing these scooters in their way, in their right of way. So those are just my questions to myself, I guess, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Annie Jump Vicente, to be followed by Kathy Blavis.
So if I remember hearing same time last year, you had asked these companies how much do they contribute to the city of West Hollywood. If you can, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was about $5,000 a month for like a couple of $1 million in profit. SEPI had even acknowledged the disproportionate growth in profit versus how much they spend just in the city. And again, there's no ADA compliance. It's none, zero. People trip over them. It's corporate litter. That's all it is. It's corporate litter. Just like those fucking food trash things that drive around. They all block the sidewalk for pedestrians. There's no loitering signs up everywhere, so people can't block the roadways or block the sidewalks. So why the fuck are these scooters and food carts allowed to block the sidewalks? It makes no sense to me. All around the city, there are designated parking spots for these e-scooters and e-bikes. Nobody uses them. The companies do not give a shit to regulate it. If I recall last year, again, same time, there was legislation passed so that they have to detect whether they're 3 feet close to the sidewalk. They don't do it. They still ride in the alleyways. They still ride all over the sidewalks. They don't slow down. They still hit people. You have all failed to comply with your own legislation that you passed a year ago. Either tax them out, make sure they have to be dockable, get them off the sidewalks. They should only be able to ride in the street when they're being used. And hey, if you take a parking spot that's about 25 feet long and each one is about 2 feet, you can get between 6 to 12 scooters and bikes in one parking spot instead of one car. One car for up to 5 people. You can get so many, and plus the amount of revenue that comes from that. Just take up one parking spot.
Our final speaker in chambers is Kathy Blavis, and then we have one speaker in Zoom.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I agree with everything that's been said with regard to the problems with the scooters. I was in my car, I was at a red light, I witnessed a U-Haul truck, a gentleman getting out of the truck, taking several scooters across the street. This was, I think this was on Martell, it was around there. And he literally took the scooters out of the truck and put them across the street in the crosswalk. This is what, on the sidewalk, but in the right of way. This is what the companies have proven is their role. It's about convenience. It's really not about emission control. It's not about climate control. It's about convenience for the rider. And I just think if they were docked, there wouldn't be as many on the sidewalk. People would still be riding them on the sidewalk. But the biggest complaint right now for not just the disabled, for able-bodied people as well, for people with strollers, for people just walking down the street, is that these impede our ability to just take a walk. So if these are so important and they're so convenient, then if the companies cannot, and they have proven they cannot take responsibility, then at least compromise with those of us who are really having a problem with it and make them docked and not dockless. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. We'll now move to the one speaker in Zoom.
Our next speaker is Lynn Russell. Lynn, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, good evening. It's Lynn Russell, West Hollywood again. Following the last City Council meeting on this matter, I had a fruitful conversation with staff member Paige Portwood and shared my thoughts regarding a potentially useful situation to this dangerous and beleaguered issue, which was apparently never addressed. And I'd like to enumerate them. The benefits of privately owned scooters and e-bikes. 1, scooters and e-bikes become the responsibility of a private owner rather than the city contracted scooter vendors. 2, scooters and bikes cease to be a hazard for pedestrians when they can be cited for being left on the sidewalks, public right-of-way, or indiscriminately on private property, be towed or confiscated. 3, although they become less of a revenue stream for the city, they become a safety first issue for pedestrians, both residents and visitors. 4, scooters and bikes can be cited in the same manner as vehicles and similarly towed. 5, cities would provide designated parking areas. Docks, racks, or owner-rider may utilize vehicle parking spaces if no designated areas are available. 6, hotels may be allowed to rent out scooters and bikes to visitors under the same conditions applicable to vehicle rentals with appropriate license and insurance. Lastly, although the city is unable to legislate responsible behavior, they can initiate a safety-first ordinance, which should outweigh the current scooter bike revenue and improve the quality of life for everyone in the city. The goal of safety first is achievable by the city, which can subsequently be the first city to authorize such a program. Convenience, yes, but safety first. And especially after hearing the vision.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Your time is up.
More safety for the pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was our final speaker on this item.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any discussions, or is anyone ready to make a motion?
I have a comment.
Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, I'm going to continue not to support this pilot. I don't believe that these particular companies are going to do anything differently than they're doing now or that they've done in the past 2 or 3 years. And they're not going to be accountable. They're not going to take responsibility for accidents. And so my feeling is we should let the contracts expire. I agree with the last speaker that we should consider a scooter program or an e-bike and e-scooter program that we have with the bike program of a e-scooter, e-bike giveaway program where the person who, that someone is responsible actually for having the device. And I think there's a level of responsibility that is for someone who has ownership of a device rather than renting from these places that don't care. They have the technology to check weight. They don't do it. They could be asking for some kind of insurance. They don't want to do it. And so, we're just giving it away. And they're the ones, laughing all the way to the bank. So I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
I see there's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Erickson. Would you like to? And
yeah, I was prepared to move the item as presented by staff.
Okay, and Councilmember Byers, I see you
Sure.
did a request to speak.
Yeah, I just, I wanted to make a comment. I appreciate hearing the distinction of concerns. I think this conversation's evolved tremendously, that we're at a point where people are asking in support of the idea that people need mobility options, but looking for a docked solution. I just want to indicate to staff, should this be something that we could look at come the 18 months after this, we should look for that. I think we're in the midst of looking at improved infrastructure in the mobility realm, and I appreciate hearing from the community that that would make this program something supported. We're not at a juncture now that we can unfortunately delay for that sort of implementation. We've been moving forward with this plan since October, and I would like to continue to do so, but I do want to say that this doesn't have to be what it looks like forever, and I think as we continue these relationships, we continue looking at improved technology, we should absolutely be mindful of ways we can improve and enhance this sort of availability of devices for our community. So I just want to indicate that as I add my second. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Heilman.
Yeah, I'm also going to vote against this. We asked the companies to come up with insurance, and what they provided is completely inadequate. They don't want to take responsibility for the actions of their riders. we are still having to bear the cost of picking up the scooters. That to me is completely outrageous, that here is this program and the city is actually paying to have to pick up the scooters from the riders who don't leave them in proper places, and the companies themselves are putting them in places where they shouldn't be. And until these companies are prepared to take responsibility, and until the riders are prepared to act responsibly, I can't support the extension of the program.
I agree with Councilmember Byers. Absolutely. I'd like for us to look at potential docking of these scooters. I also would like for you to ask for new scooters, because I agree with Nick Roybal that they are pretty beat up at this point. And we have had this program now for how long? Oh, around the lifespan of the scooters. So that will be important in moving forward. I'm also not happy that we're paying for the ABM contract. And so just as I will be looking very strongly at the numbers that come back to us. And so that's when is this going to come back again for us to look at the 2025? Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second.
And the motion passes 3-2, noting the no votes of council members Heilman and Meister.
All right, we have 6C next, which is protected bike facilities. And Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Byers, please let us know about your item.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it quick. I believe it was at our previous meeting, we gave direction regarding protected bike lanes when feasible, and this is bringing back a recommendation for staff because it's not too late on Beverly Boulevard to come back and present all options, including work plan, cost, timeline, implications, nothing set in stone just yet, but instead of saying, in 5 years, I wish we would have, to look at saying, how could we do this and update the infrastructure? And just as a side note, a member of the public emailed me about bike lanes being protected on Doheny that is technically owned, the part by Beverly Hills. They want to put that in, but they want to make and help build as part of that into Beverly a protected bike lane system so that network continues. So that's pretty much this item. I don't know if there's anything, I don't think Hernan is not here and Yvonne is always available, but I don't know if there's anything else to add, Councilmember Byers.
Okay, any questions from our colleagues? Councilmember Meister?
No, I have comments, but we have public speakers, so I'll wait.
Okay, any questions, Councilmember Heilman, for our colleagues? Okay, can we get public comments on this?
Sure. Kevin Burton, to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente.
Kevin Burton, West Hollywood, speaking on behalf of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. We thank council members Erickson and Byers for bringing this item forward. The Design District Streetscape Plan was initially discussed in 2012. We were part of those discussions, approved by council in 2014. And we did work to get the bike lanes currently proposed on Beverly Boulevard in that plan. And we have analyzed the streets since then. We do believe there is room for the extra about 3 feet on each side of the street to make them protected. And those are very much, as several of the council members heard on a tour of infrastructure that we gave last year, those are very much current best practices. And in the last 10 years or so, best practices have evolved, so it's entirely appropriate to reconsider such infrastructure and plans that have been around for nearly 10 years. And I hope that this will be standard practice going forward. So the feasibility study should come back and provide information on exactly what the city would have to do to make these lanes protected. And it shouldn't be a question of is it feasible or not. We're quite confident that they're feasible with some adjustments to Beverly Boulevard, which we believe that particular street can encompass. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Annie Jump Vicente.
Seppi's not here. I'm going to take my time until she gets back. I'm on my way to the podium. Not there just yet. Just waiting for her. Seppi, she's gone. I can't believe she missed Kevin's speech. That was rude.
Annie, there's speakers back there, so she can hear you.
Oh, I know, but...
Annie, please go.
Okay.
Annie Jump, please go ahead with your public comment.
Okay. All right, I mean, you can start the time, it's fine. Thank you. So, okay, street design. I mean, I know nothing about this. We didn't get any report. I'm just going off of what I'm fucking guessing, I guess. Okay, here, let's quickly go back to the why scooters aren't on the road instead of the sidewalk, because the streets are unsafe. I mean, people would easily ride those things if the streets were designed safely, right? Hey, I liked your roundabout idea. I gave you a thumbs up. On Beverly Boulevard, those roads are so massively large. You can take away a whole lane on each side and it still wouldn't affect the amount of cars on the road. Has anyone ever heard of induced demand here? They say the more lanes that you add, the more cars end up driving on it. So you never decrease traffic because it's the only mode of transportation left. Same thing goes when you take away lanes from cars. It is still the same amount of traffic. And then people just move to different modes of transportation because they still need to get where they're going. I don't know how much you're trying to take away here on each side for a protected bike lane, but am I seeing Beverly Boulevard? Beverly Boulevard. I mean, it's stupidly obvious that you can do that. I also remember last year, same time, Lauren Meister also proposed a study for Santa Monica Boulevard for such a thing. I don't recall seeing any updates on that as well. If someone can direct me to any updates on that so I could just review those. I guess I'm gonna have to review this Beverly Boulevard shit too. So just make, what I like to say is if you put physical interactions, blocks for cars, they'll slow down. It will make it safer for bikers and scooters. Literally just put concrete blocks on lanes at this point. I don't give a shit.
Mayor, that was our final speaker.
Okay. Comments from my colleagues, for our other colleagues? Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, sure. So I would just say the recommendation one kind of threw me off because I guess I would have maybe thought about saying what is feasible, because it may not be a protected bike lane, might be a different kind of bike lane, the green lanes, whatever it is. So, because it's like, unless there's no room, then don't amend it. So I think how I would direct staff is say, let's see what is feasible and what are the cost implications of each and what are the timing implications of each. And if we have to go back to the community, so be it. But, I guess what I'd like to see are options. So I would sort of like the direction to include, staff come back with some options for us, cost and timing options, and what's feasible.
Yeah, just to respond to that item, or the second recommendation under that breaks it down a little bit more. So you're right, the unless there's room part is a little confusing. I think we're trying to be consistent with how we put forward the protected bike lanes policy, which also is sort of a if and when there is the space. The second item details what that timeline would look like and how the process would unfold depending on what that would look like. So yes, thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, because I would have to see costs and timing, especially costs for 5 blocks right? So, anyway.
I think Councilmember Byers said it perfectly.
Okay. Councilmember Howman?
Yeah, and thank you, Councilmember Byers. I think you clarified for me, and my understanding is that we're asking staff to look at this, look at bike lanes at this particular stretch of Beverly Boulevard. Ideally, pursuant to our policy, they would be protected bike lanes, but if that's not possible, they'll also provide us with other options, and then we'll get some cost as well. So if that's the sense of this, I'm supportive.
That's what we're hoping to achieve here. Thank you.
I'm also supportive. So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Byers?
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We have a item 6E, which is a city history initiative that myself and Mayor Pro Tem Erickson brought forward. This item is looking at creating really a way to have our 40th year of incorporation celebrated with a city history initiative to really make sure that our unique history is moved forward. I know the way it's written, it may be a little confusing, and perhaps the way to really, I want you to focus on this is to create a city historian laureate program, more so than collecting data and keeping it, because I think we have some other initiatives that have been planned, such as I believe WehoStories, correct? Yeah. That is in the works. So this is in no way clashing with that. In fact, if possible, we can perhaps the city historian laureate can work with WehoStories and other groups such as Junelle Mazer, the One Archives, and carry this forward. But this is, again, direction for staff to develop this and come back to us for a final approval. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I think also, too, for me, I want to thank a couple members of the community who brought this forward. You know, in speaking with someone actually at a laureate switcheroo, you know, we had lost at that point several community members who were very dear. Now, creating a policy for a person's sake is never a good idea, but creating a policy to, I think, treasure and enrich the community in a specific way is something worth exploring. And I want to thank Wendy Goldman for putting a little bug in my ear, but I think it's only been exemplified a little bit more, and people like Victor Olmanchenko who could talk anyone's ear off about the history of the city. But I think providing that leeway in the staff report too, to have this have a skeleton at first, but then to have us and look at how we craft it, and that's kind of where I'm at.
And I want to add that this was, for me, inspired by my many conversations and walks with our longest serving commissioner, Richard Maggio, and his deep, deep knowledge of the city, and so many things that I've learned from him, that I just thought this would be an incredible opportunity for us to honor the history of our city and involve community, really. So just like the Drag Laureate program and the Poet Laureate program, it would be incredible to honor our history this way. Any questions from our colleagues before we go to public comment? Okay. Any public comments on this?
Yeah, we have one individual, Annie Jump Vicente.
Honestly, as much as I like to keep history as is, unfortunately, I think it's really funny that the city council acknowledges the land stolen and it's occupied by indigenous, from indigenous tribes. And even if you tried to preserve that history in itself, you don't allow that history to grow. So the only history that's preserved is this system of patriarchal, capitalist, white supremacist, I guess I said that twice, patriarchy. Sorry, trying to quote bell hooks here. So that's the history that's being upheld here. It is not the actual history of the land on which it developed, and those indigenous tribes have no room to help spread what deserves to be here in the first place versus what we determine, even in city, someone with a city planning background. I feel grotesque when we do city design without considering how it impacts all different communities, and why do we deserve to say that this is what it is, and then preserve it and say, like, this is our history, this is it. You know what was also our history nearly 40, 50 years ago, whenever the fuck the city started? John Holliman was actually on council, so I assume that you helped with this, which is Barney had Barney's Coffee or whatever, Beanery, said, faggots stay out. And when the city became a thing in 1984, the council, and I think John Heilman was included, to take that away. Now that's part of West Hollywood City Council. Are we going to enrich that homophobic shit? Are we going to put that in our city history? Can we just allow indigenous like people to grow their own history here instead of our own?
Thank you, Annie. Our next speaker is Nicholas Roybal.
Again, Nick Roybal in Ogden. Hi, Council. I think history, if we know it, can give us value. And I know for me, when I learn my history, it gives me a greater sense of self and a positioning. I know with this city in particular, whenever I learn more about it, it's about a bunch of refugees. A bunch of refugees who believed in the idea of freedom. And they all shared that idea, but in different ways. And in different cultures and spirits. But they believed they wanted to come together and share that freedom along a trade route. Which, yes, our indigenous siblings did teach. Eli P. Clark, which is on where you attained your PhD, right? He was a board member. General Moses H. Sherman from Arizona, Chelsea Byers. You both have that in common in terms of the history of this Cahuenga Valley, which is what this was called. And I think I listened to you at the World AIDS Day event, Councilmember Howman, and your story about playing volleyball and how of your 7 to 8 teammates, you're the only one still here. So when I think of Ron Stone, right, the two Rons being alive and the Citywood campaign and all the women who mothered so many who didn't make it out of that pandemic, our histories do bring self and value and ultimately lead to a liberation. And that's the point of this city. That's the point of this Camelot. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. That was our final speaker, Mayor.
Thank you. If there's no discussions, I'm prepared to make a motion to move this forward.
There's some discussion.
There's some discussion, okay. Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, I appreciate the sentiment here of, trying to both recognize and honor our history. I think this is not yet fully baked. Even tonight, it seems like the agenda item is changing to almost a historian laureate. So I would prefer that we ask our staff to come up with how do we go about honoring our history and preserving our history. I'd also like our staff to get back to us. We, at one point, hired an archivist for preserving important papers and documents. So I don't know how this particular agenda item interacts with that or duplicates that. And obviously we don't want to duplicate it. So I support the concept here, but I think we need to ask our staff to develop it more and bring it back to us with some recommendations.
Thank you. I think that that's actually what is in this item for them to develop and come back to us with recommendations as well.
If that's the sentiment, then I can support it.
Yes. Councilmember Byers?
Yeah, thank you. I have been very excited to think about how we chart the history. I've received phone calls from folks in the community, former council members who have boxes and history to share, and I know with so many people passing this year especially, there's a sense of urgency around this effort, especially with the 40 years upon us. What I was confused by looking at this item was a distinction between efforts that would specifically be happening because we're in the 40th anniversary of our cityhood. So what is pertinent and going to be happening because of this year happening. And then a separate issue being the identification and establishing connections to many of the various West Hollywood related historical initiatives that do exist or have been started. And it sounds like there are many that have been inventoried here, but several that have been named already, the WeHo Stories Initiative and others that have been left off. So there's a separate piece of work there that I see and sort of see addressed here. And then a longer term piece of work, which is the capacity building work on the city side potentially, where this historian laureate, some of these ideas are coming out. And it feels another valuable place, but it feels like three separate pieces of work that have sort of been into one. So I'm glad that this is an item about bringing back staff recommendations. I support that fully and just would ask that they could be distinguished between the now of the 40 years, the work of coalition partner work, and then what the city specifically is willing to take on. That's all, thanks.
Okay. So, wow, it's great. Great. So let's take a vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And now we are going to get to 6H, exciting election of mayor and mayor pro tempore, city clerk. Can you please start this process for us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The item.
And do we have public comment on this?
No, we do not.
All right.
We've already started the item.
We've already started the deliberation.
Okay, come on, Annie.
Thank you. Thanks for entertaining me, honestly. Tonight's been great. I'm glad to be back. I know, Erickson, you're glad I'm back. Yeah, you said to my friend, she'll be back, and I guess I am. So, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I'm just excited to see John Erickson's going to be our next mayor after Seppi Shine because she's running for Congress. I really just hope that the next mayor doesn't try to kick me out every meeting. Because Erickson, you're the one who did kick me out of all the people. So I'm really excited to see how all this is going to come into play. I assume Seppi's not going to be mayor due to her congressional race. Which, hey, Seppi, I've actually enjoyed you being mayor for a little while. It's been fun. If they do vote you as mayor again, I'm gonna be surprised. But thanks for allowing my bullshit up here a lot. You've all told me at some point or another that I'm brilliant, which I very much respect. But it just seems that brilliance never comes with any actual change here. Even back in March when I cried out in that meeting I was kicked out of for a trans sanctuary city and said none of you will ever adopt it. Y'all did. You all adopted a month later on April 20th or so after WeHo Drag Story Hour. But then it meant nothing. It meant absolutely nothing. It's such a hollow thing. We have no protections here in a trans sanctuary city. I would just hope that the next mayor and the next mayor pro tem actually do something about that instead of kicking me out. That shit hurt. Yeah, please, look, next mayor, whoever it is, please provide more trans protections here.
That was the only speaker on this item. So the item before you, Mayor Pro Tem, or Vice Mayor moving forward, and council members, we will be voting on the next mayor and vice mayor. So I will open nominations for mayor.
I would like to nominate John Erickson for mayor.
Do we have any other nominations? Seeing none other, I'm still going to do a voice vote just because. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Aye.
Mayor Shine.
Absolutely.
The next mayor who will be installed on January 16th, 2024 is currently Mayor Pro Tem Erickson. So now I will move to call for nominations for vice mayor.
I would like to nominate Vice Mayor Chelsea Byers.
Any other nominations? Seeing none, I will take a voice vote. Councilmember Byers.
Yes.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Erickson.
Yes.
Mayor Shine.
Ecstatically, yes.
And your next vice mayor will be Chelsea Byers. So again, installation on January 16th, 2024. Thank you. I know, you're the first vice mayor.
And I'm the last mayor pro tem. Thank goodness.
Amazing. Congratulations, both of you. Okay, moving on to 6I, appointments to the Human Services, LGBTQ+, and Transportation and Mobility Commissions. City Clerk, will you go ahead and
We
start
have
this
one
process?
speaker,
We have
so
one
I
speaker,
will
okay.
let Annie speak for her 2 minutes.
Hey, this agenda's wrong. It says Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, no. I guess you're not vice. That happens after this meeting. We'll make his direct appointment. My time's going. Oh, shit. To make it direct. Yo, hire people that actually do good shit and actually fucking advocate for better transportation planning and mobility commissions. Especially if you appoint someone on a different commission like Kat Ang, who harasses residents around town. Please just, anyone who's actually going to advocate for better, appoint to the LGBTQ commission. Hey, whoever is appointed to that, make sure you try to strengthen trans sanctuary cities. My God, how many times do I have to repeat it? Why is this a talking point only for Kurt Mayer's congressional race? That is all the trans sanctuary city shit has ever been for yet. It only keeps getting advocated in elections, but it doesn't actually get advocated within the city. So can we have anyone that's appointed to any of these positions just be better than anyone else? Because all these people suck. You don't, most of the time you don't even take their advice, you just go off wherever the fuck you feel like doing that in the meeting. Or you already have like, I don't know, 100 different consented items that we all want to speak on. I mean, not like you listen to your commissioners or your, what the hell are the advisory boards anyway. Like, those are just very hollow positions. Like I had mentioned to Seppi in a private meeting, those positions are only a gateway to get into more wealth and more power, such as getting onto the city council or Ben Savage running against Seppi in not only just the last congressional council race, but also in the congressional race. That is all these positions are for. They don't actually do anything politically to move the city forward. This is just bullshit.
That was our only speaker. So the item before you, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, is for Mayor Pro Tem Erickson to make his direct appointment to the Human Services Commission, and Councilmember Meister to make her direct appointment to the Transportation and Mobility Commission. As a reminder, we tabled the appointment to the LGBTQ+ Commission this evening. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you so much. I would like to appoint Nick Wyville to the Human Services Commission, please.
Okay, for a term ending February 28th, 2025. Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, and I'd like to appoint Stephen Green to Transportation and Mobility Commission.
Thank you. So both of those individuals are appointed for a term ending February 28th, 2025. Congratulations. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to move to excluded consent. Item 2G was pulled by Councilmember Meister. All right. Okay, no briefing necessary. Just a lot of. She has a lot of things to say.
A lot of questions too. All right.
And questions.
Shall I start?
Yes, please
Okay.
start.
So I went through this report, and you have staff. First of all, one of my questions is that you have staff as part of your steering committee, but typically staff is not a member of the steering committee. They are support, for the steering committee. The steering committee is other people outside of City Hall. So I didn't understand why you have that. The other thing is that you have people already appointed to this committee without our feedback. So I would like to know how these appointments were already made and who, when we haven't approved this item.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Meister. So yeah, with regards to the committee or the membership of the the design steering committee. Yeah, we added urban design and architecture, just so you know that there was somebody from that division that was going to participate. Obviously, it's going to be a broader, team of staff that's going to be helping with us, but just wanted to highlight that. And the proposed list of committee members, I think at the last council meeting, I think the direction was for the city manager to actually pick a panel of experts in the field of streetscape or street engineering, and for us to come back with that proposed list. So what we did is that we reached out to folks that have expertise in that particular area, street design, streetscape design, and brought those forward to you for review and to give us the final okay before proceeding.
Okay, so I guess that's what I'm doing. You have two people from the West Hollywood Bike Coalition because one of them is a transportation commissioner.
No, sorry, that was a typo. Yeah, there's only supposed to be a one next to that.
No, but you have Jessica Harris, and Jessica is part of the Bicycle Coalition. As far as I know, they took me on the ride around Fountain and up and through the woods. So I assume with the Bicycle Coalition. So Fountain, where I almost got killed, Fountain. So I don't understand. You have two people from the Bicycle Coalition, yet you have no residents from Fountain. None. Zed.
Jesse Harris is also a transportation commissioner.
I understand that.
And we asked for volunteers, and she volunteered.
Okay, but you still have no you have no residents from Fountain on this steering committee. Don't you think that these are stakeholders that should be on this steering committee?
Sure. Again, we did receive direction from council, which was to include experts in the streetscape design. We can definitely include residents if that's direction from council. We're just trying to follow the exact direction from council at that meeting.
I would suggest that you have maybe one resident from each section. There are different, Fountain feels different in different places, right? So you have the east side, and then you have the center, and then you have the west side over closer to La Cienega, I would suggest that you try to find one resident from each of those areas because they are experts in what life is like on Fountain. And I think that they should be represented. The other thing is, I would suggest you find a sustainability planner or an environmental consultant, because there is going to be this is a complicated street, right? And because we're doing any changes, we're going to have to change the sidewalks to be ADA compliant. We're going to want it to be more environmentally friendly. So I would suggest a sustainability planner, a civil engineer, an urban designer that is not necessarily a staff person, a lighting designer, because you have sidewalks and public safety concerns there, and Pat Smith. How did we choose Pat Smith? I mean, I know Pat worked on the avenues, the design district. Sorry, I'm still on the avenues. Design district, streetscape. You know, but maybe we want someone fresh with a fresh perspective. So was there an RFP for that?
Well, Pat is part of the consultant team as well, and she has experience with the streetscape master plan that you referenced that we should mimic. So,
but there are no other streetscape people who have experience doing streetscape?
Sure.
Besides Pat Smith?
But Pat knows our city. She has experience, and she has been part of that streetscape team for the design
the
district.
streetscape team that didn't think about bike lanes. I mean, that's my concern, is that we have somebody that isn't thinking in terms of future. You're picking someone who has been with us in the past. And my concern is that that person is not going to have, and no offense to her, I like Pat, but I think that we need a fresh perspective. And going with what we're used to because it's easy and because we're familiar with them, again, this was a person who did not look forward to say, maybe we need a bike lane. So, I mean, these are my, I'm supposed to be in questions, sorry.
Yes.
These are my concerns, and I guess we can go to public comment.
I have questions based on some of yours. Did the design district streetscape effort have residents involved in the team? I'm just curious.
We're not sure because we weren't part of that project. But I'm seeing head nod from Jackie, so I assume there was.
Yeah? Okay. Okay. Okay, then it makes sense. We did give the direction for it to be very similar to the Streetscape Design Steering Committee, so that makes sense. So, public comments on this item? Okay.
Yes, we have two individuals. Kevin Burton to be followed by Annie Jumfacente.
West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. Excuse me. Firstly, I just want to, as a point of fact, the design district streetscape plan did include bike lanes on Beverly Boulevard, but they were unprotected. And so I'm sure that she was involved in that planning and has some knowledge of the subject of what happened back in 2013 or so. The Bicycle Coalition supports this item, which, as we understand it, is simply directing staff to implement your earlier directive for streetscape outreach type of effort, which we think is a good idea. And hopefully that will include something like street trees for the streetscape, which it certainly did in the design district, the old avenues of arts and design. And the street trees along Fountain Avenue were ripped out in 1963 when Fountain Avenue was converted from one lane in each direction, residential street, wide sidewalks, wide lanes, to the freeway-like configuration it now has. That's what happened to the street trees. Not enough room in those sidewalks are only half the width of how they started. So hopefully that can be rectified because phase 2 of the Fountain Avenue plan should be the widening of sidewalks. So we look forward to input, and we certainly support having residents, and I would suggest going back to staff, going back through the public meetings where many residents along Fountain Avenue commented on bike lanes on Fountain Avenue in the past. You can probably find candidates there.
Thank you, Kevin. Annie Jump Vicente, and that's our final speaker.
It's me again. So I just want to say, Lauren, I think I'm your perfect candidate. I'm literally certified in degrees in every single one: architecture, engineering, city planning, public policy, and what's the last one? Community sustainability. I got all that shit, man. Whenever I throw out an application, I never get a call back. I think the city just fucking hates me. But I digress. Fountain Ave streetscape, I do recall this, oh God, I haven't been here in a while. So the last I recall was that it was going through a process of three different designs. I hope that you picked the strongest one to widen the sidewalks and to add a protective bike lane there. Excuse me. To add a protective bike lane there. And, whatever the hell the city design should be, if you really want to add a protected bike lane, add a curb. Just add a curb on the outside of the bike lane. Cars will not want to drive into that bike lane. And hey, guess what? Curbs are actually really cheap. Curbs are actually really cheap to install comparatively to whatever redesign you're going to try to do. If you widen the sidewalk, add a little curb strip, hey, hell, even add planters, make it even more green. Add trees between the cars for all I care. I don't care, just add some type of physical barrier. Paint does not do the job. Cars still demand the entire road. Whether or not there's signs that say that bikes can bike there, or if it's even painted on the street, they still try to demand the entire road. They will still hit you. And as I think I've heard Erickson call it before, it's the fountain. What the fuck is it? The Fountain Highway? You just race on that road, and that's what they still demand. That's what drivers still demand, because drivers demand, because they own property, the space in front of them. So if we take away that space that they think that they own, that they demand the public space, we can add more sidewalks and more bike lanes so that the fucking scooters can actually get off the sidewalks. Instead of feeling so unsafe to be on the street, they have a safe place to ride.
Thank you, Annie. We don't have any other speakers for this item.
Okay. In council discussion, any addition? Mayor Pro Tem, I see you requested to speak. So
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to respond. Thank you, Councilmember Meister, for bringing up the discussion. I had the same reaction when I was reading about the kitchen cabinet on 3A and how did that happen and how did it and so I think we're all of like minds that if groups or suggestions are formed to come to us and figure out what that looks like for better transparency and visibility. But I know staff was going over the recommendation. I do agree that it would be great to have a Fountain resident on there. I do know of someone, out of respect for her privacy, she is a 40-year-long resident, and I think would be great. But there can be multiple, but I think however many you have is important, because what happens at La Brea is different at Curson and then different by Orange Grove and downward, right? So I think going back and coming back to us is important for that. I'll leave Jessie Harris's credentials to her appointer. And other than that, I think there's always ability for more. I think when we pass this item, to not think small, but to think large. And so however we continue to do it, I think is important. So I'm in agreement with that. And I don't know Pat Smith, so I'm not going to comment on her.
Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, thank you. I agree that the committee needs to include residents on Fountain. I would even add La Cienega because that street is going to be impacted as well. I think that you were probably avoiding bringing the council into the approval of the committee so that it didn't become a Brown Act committee. This should be something that is appointed by staff, and I'm sure we can all give suggestions to our staff to do it, but I don't think we wanted to convert this into another city commission, Brown Act commission. So it's more of a working task force. So I support the idea. I have no problem with Pat Smith. Pat was involved with Santa Monica Boulevard, was involved with the Avenues of Arts and Design. She's a consummate professional, and I have no problem with her working on this.
Councilmember Byers.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the appointment of Jesse Harris, who is my appointed commissioner on the Transportation Mobility Commission. Extremely qualified mobility planning background. Yes, also has had a long history of work with the WeHo Bike Coalition, but I hope that doesn't preclude anybody who's continued to further their advocacy in the more formal context of our city from inclusion, but a very highly qualified individual. I just wanted to voice my support for this, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'm sorry, I was just going to respond.
Go ahead.
Just to say that the major thing for me is having a balance on that steering committee, and because if it's all people who bicycle, we're not going to be thinking about other aspects of the road, because this is a streetscape project. It's not just about the bicycle lane. It's really visioning of what Fountain should be. And that's why I suggest that we have people who are involved with, sustainability and a civil engineer. Having that expertise, I think, will be useful.
Thank you. I'm definitely open. I don't think there's an issue with having Kevin Burton and Jesse, because Jesse's there on behalf of our Transportation Commission. I think it's fine to have both of them. Honestly, bicyclists have not had enough representation, so having two now is not bad, but I love your idea of having a more robust expert, so I agree with Councilmember Meister. I also, now that I know that the other streetscapes did have residents, then absolutely, let's have residents from the different sections of Fountain, and I think with that, we can move this forward. Ready? Okay.
It's a receiving file. Do we need a motion?
Oh, it's a receiving file, so I guess we don't need it, whatever.
We'll take it back.
All right. Thank you. So now we're at the last public comment period. This time has been set aside for the public to address the council on any item of interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council that could not be heard under item 1 at the beginning of the meeting. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Mayor, I have 3 individuals in chambers. The first one is Nicholas Roybal, to be followed by Annie Jump-Vicente. Oh, okay, then Kat can go first. It's a free fall. We'll wait for Nick's foot to wake up. It's fine.
Good evening, council. Good evening, staff. It's really nice to see everybody.
Please do not disrupt the public commenter speaking. Please do not disrupt the public commenter speaking who has been called.
Mayor, if you
Thank you.
want, I'll let her go first and I can sit it out. I'm fine. So there's no disruption. I'm fine to go next if you'd like.
You're there, Kat. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah? Okay. All right. Anyhow, again, nice to see everyone. Happy holidays. I think this is the latest I've ever been in chamber. I showed up, I think, at 8:30, feeling super fresh, and now I'm like, oh. So first I want to say congratulations to Councilmember Byers. I'm really thrilled and happy for you. And then next, I'm going to go into future Mayor Erickson. At your induction, I'll have plenty to say. For tonight, I just want to say, or I just want to remind everyone that you started out as an intern at City Hall, and you've now been designated our next mayor. How amazing is that? How awe-inspiring, how inspirational. I'm really happy and thrilled for you. Also, I have this. Because, yes, essentially, what it is a Meet the Mayor sign. And for those of you that don't know, our future mayor does Saturday meetings in the park, and you have a very janky sign that someone hand wrote. So I wanted to make sure that you upped your sign game. And then I'm also going to say that once you move out of Plummer Park, my attendance is going to go way down. So let's hope that you keep it at Plummer. And yeah, that's all I have to say. I'll say more at your induction. All right. Happy holidays, everyone.
Annie, to be followed by Nicholas Roybal.
Two things. One, she cut me. And two, I was also told that we're not allowed to have signs here. So thanks for allowing all that shit. After the neighbor left, I'm gonna finish reading that report where I got kicked out of from a hate crime committed by Block by Block. Again, the mayor's community safety patrol. I yelled to say, a Block by Block ambassador, as she was telling my neighbor I'm bad. She misgendered me, and I said she. And after a moment, Say changed the pronouns. Only after 5 times misgendering me and yelling at Say to gender me correctly did she finally do it. After my neighbor left, I attempted to repeat what was happening, but Say was interrupting me and putting up her hands, demonstrating Say was not receptive to holding a conversation because I was loud and upset. Block by Block just committed a hate crime again from Say, and I'm not allowed to be upset. Say, without any prompt from me or asking what my needs are, stated that they were going to call the sheriffs, quote unquote, for me to report the hate crime. I did not ask for that. I did not want that. It was extremely clear that Say was calling the sheriffs to disperse me from the area and attempt to have me arrested. All while Dion, the assaulter from 2 weeks ago, was watching the whole interaction from the park. He still works as an ambassador as if he did nothing wrong. In a trans sanctuary city, trans people like myself are targeted and harassed by the same institutions that claim they'll protect us. We have no protections here. The bill you passed April 2023 to declare this trans sanctuary city was hollow and provides no protections for us. We can't afford to live here. We can't find jobs that'll pay for us to afford the cost of living in WeHo. Trans folks are notoriously homeless, which Block by Block pushes around and arrested by the sheriffs regularly. We will be deported to states that we fled from and that want us murdered. Over a year ago now, the sheriffs arrested me unconstitutionally in my apartment building. Say wanted to have me arrested that day. It was the last city council meeting day. If that happened, it would have been poetic. The system wants me fucking dead.
Nicholas Roybal.
On Ogden.
On
I want to thank the city clerk and all of you for letting me. My foot genuinely did fall asleep. I do want to bring up something. I wanted to talk about this at the end of the meeting because I wanted to respect the business of our city. And this has to do with a church that burned down yesterday morning in Pomona. It was my sister's church. It's tender for me. I'm regulated, don't worry. It's tender for me because this church in Pomona, and I've been in touch with Mayor Sandoval and Supervisor Solis. They've personally reached out to me. They're wonderful. But it shows you how we're all connected. And this church, Victory Outreach, focuses on recovery ministry and rehabilitation for members who have been incarcerated. I have had family members incarcerated, and I have a current family member incarcerated. And it is very true that saying if one person is incarcerated, the whole family is. It can feel that way at times. So I just wanted to acknowledge that community that's hurting, that is part of my family, my sister and my nieces and nephews, my brother-in-law. Additionally, I want to honor every woman, man, and person in this room that is wearing a uniform, that took an oath, a duty, because what I know is they would protect each of our life, and they're doing that right now. And that's a fact. And I'm not going to let my trauma get in the way of acknowledging the current reality. And that's my responsibility as a citizen in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Mayor, that was our last speaker for the final comment.
Thank you. Now we are at council member comments and meeting attendance reports. Would one of my colleagues like to start? Councilmember Heilman, would you like to start?
I would, because I have a medical appointment tomorrow at 6:30.
All right.
So I am going to duck out early. I have attended a number of community meetings, community events, and that's it in terms of my report. But I want to wish everyone a wonderful holiday and a great new year, and look forward to seeing you all in 2024.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So first I'd like to congratulate Mayor Pro Tem on his nomination and what are you now? Mayor-elect, Mayor appointee, and Councilmember Byers the same. Congratulations. I also want to wish everyone a very happy holiday and happy new year coming up. And attendance, since our last meeting, I attended a meet and greet with the Greater Los Angeles Association of Realtors and the West Hollywood Chamber, the city employee party, a menorah lighting at the Beverly Center, which is where I think I got this cold, the annual mandatory SEMS and NIMS refresher training on Zoom, and the West Side City's COG regular board meeting, which I attended as a guest. And that's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Byers?
Thank you. I'll start with attendance. I attended the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency meeting, where we heard a presentation about the Citizens Ballot Initiative that will replace Measure H, potentially coming to the November ballot. So just flagging that for community to look out for more information on that. I also attended the West Side City Council of Government meeting, where I was also a guest. I will just start my comments by saying thank you. It is a tremendous honor to be named the city's first vice mayor, and I'm really thrilled to serve alongside our incoming Mayor Erickson and this incredible council. I also want to thank you for your leadership this year, Mayor Schein. I know we'll have a lot more time for all of that, but as we wrap this year, I just really want you to know how grateful I am to have served this year in council with you in this seat. And as we head into the end of this year and the beginning of a new one, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the community for all that you do to keep all of this going. Our dedicated staff and our board and commission members, congratulations to the new ones who joined tonight. And of course, the community, both the ones who show up in chambers and the ones at home listening, and maybe the ones who've never even paid attention to a single city council meeting yet. We feel it all, and I really just am grateful for all of you, and I hope that we can all make the most of this valuable time here at the end of the year for reflection and for community, and importantly for intention setting for the year to come, both for our individual futures, but our collective future. That's what we get to do here in this room, and I look forward to doing more of that with you all together. So may joy and peace be deeply felt for all of us in this next year. That's all.
Mayor-elect John Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I'm going to say it until we can't, and then I'll probably make a goof, and then I'll do it again. So in terms of meetings attendance, I gave the keynote at the 20th anniversary Hep C Summit. I saw and represented the city as Supervisor Lindsay Horvath became chair. Horvath as the youngest individual ever to hold that seat, which is pretty incredible. I attended the Contract Cities Association Ledge Tour planning, which will be happening between now and our next meeting, as well as the executive board meeting and the California League of Cities holiday party. Additionally, I want to thank all of the city staff and the county staff who came out this past weekend for the vaccination clinic, where I got my COVID-19 booster, and I'm still here to talk about it because I didn't have any reaction, so I was very happy about that. But specifically in terms of numbers, in the morning at the sheriff's station, we had 19 COVID vaccines, 14 flu, 2 Mpox vaccinations, as well as in a Plummer Park in the afternoon. We had 17 COVID vaccinations, I myself being one of them, 7 flu, and 1 Mpox one, and that's just another reminder to get vaccinated and to stay healthy this holiday season. We all hate those colds, as one of my colleagues is being afflicted at the moment, and so we feel your pain. Additionally, in terms of announcements and comments, I want to thank my colleagues for their support on the items tonight. I'm proud to go down in history as the city's last mayor pro tempore, and we no longer have to say that again. And my favorite story involves former council member Jeff Prang. So justice for Jeff Prang. When I was a city intern and attending the city employee holiday party. I won't name the employee because they are still at City Hall, but they were emceeing the event, and Council Assessor Prang and was, I believe, Mayor Pro Tempore at the time, and the joke goes as is, and he's going to kill me for saying this. But the person that was emceeing said, and Mayor Pro Tempora, what is that? Deep fried and battered? Come on up, Jeff Prang. And those of you that were there remember who that was, and well, you know, it's taken this long, but we will no longer have to mispronounce that ever again. The Vibes Sober New Year event is coming up at Fiesta Hall from 8:30 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. A friendly reminder to pick up your bulky items and Christmas tree pickups this coming year. I'm glad to see the National Labor Relations Board finally hold the truth that we all know regarding Starbucks ever present, that they illegally closed that store to bust those unions that were trying to form, one here in the city of West Hollywood, and then I believe 4 other or 5 other locations throughout the city. It's a shameful tactic by a global corporation that is trying to stop people from earning a living wage, and hopefully maybe one day that Starbucks can come back as one of the remedies, but we still have time to go about. But I'm glad that that's happening. Today, I was able to give a number of media interviews regarding Pope Francis's announcement about same-sex blessings. It was a real honor to have met him about a month ago now, and then to see this coming both. I know it's not what we all want, but it's incremental change, and it's really beautiful to see someone pushing forward a progressive agenda. Additionally, happy holidays, continued holidays to all. And lastly, I'll have much more to say. Congratulations, Councilmember Byers, now almost soon Vice Mayor-elect Byers. Thank you to my colleagues for instilling I'm a big crier, so I'm going to have to really get used to it before the 16th, but I really want to appreciate my colleagues for this honor, and I want to thank Mayor Shine for her leadership this past year. I'm proud to be your colleague, but even more proud to call you a friend, so thank you for leading us through it. And with all of that, happy holidays. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so I'll start with meeting attendance. Since our last meeting, I attended the West Side COG meeting, the county sanitation meeting. I want to just uplift that we, as a council, sent Mayor-elect John Erickson to meet with the Pope because we partnered with the Scholas Occurrentes, and John reported back that he gave the Pope the flag to our city and spoke to him about his experience as a gay Catholic man and advocated on behalf of our entire LGBTQ community. I woke up this morning to the news that the Pope announced that same-sex couples getting married can now be blessed by priests. That is the power of advocacy, so I want to thank you. Thank you for that, and I'm so happy we made a decision to send our colleague to Rome. It's so important to have representation and have conversations to affect change. This week we have Shabbat Yalda coming up for the Persian community, also known as Yalda Night or Shabachelle, is an ancient Iranian festival that takes place on the eve of the winter solstice, which this year falls on December 21st. Shaba Yalda holds a special place in my heart and in the hearts of Iranians worldwide, marking the winter solstice and symbolizing the renewal of hope and the promise of brighter days. As we mark the longest night of the year, let us embrace the beauty of this ancient festival and appreciate the shared moments that bring us closer. Wishing you a Shaba Yalda filled with love, happiness, and good company. This is officially my last full meeting as mayor for the city of West Hollywood. It has been the honor of my life serving as mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for all of your support this past year, and especially thank you so much to our impeccable staff and our community safety teams. There have been so many safety issues and attacks and threats throughout the year, and I really, truly am so grateful for everyone's support, our city attorney, our deputy city manager, our city manager who's not here tonight, but serving as mayor for the city of West Hollywood is such an honor, and it can never happen without all of you and community support as well. With that said, I want to wish everybody an incredible holiday and a wonderful new year of peace and better times ahead for next year. And I will also say that one of the promises I'd made is we would end every meeting before 11:30, and there was one meeting that went beyond, and now we're at the end of this meeting, my last meeting, so I'm going to go ahead and say that the City Council meeting is adjourned. It is 11:11 p.m. The next meeting will be the mayoral installation, which will be on Tuesday, January 16th, 2024 at 6 p.m. at West Hollywood Park Public Meeting Room, Council Chambers.